welcome to Two Girls, One Garbage Can, the Ozpol podcast where we discuss the garbage can state of the Australian political system using the much-needed historical context for some much-needed context. That's what I said. I already said that. Historical examples for some much-needed context. I am one of your hosts, Tamara.
And I am Matty Mohawk, and we are here to... We are here today.
It's both of us.
Yeah, it's catching, man. It's catching. We are here today to bring you another edition of Two Girls, One Garbage Can and some more bullshit from Australian political history.
Isn't it all such bullshit? All of it, really?
I mean, it never really changes, let's be honest.
Yeah. No.
It all just keeps going.
Yeah.
Hi, Lily.
Yay! Lily's here.
Joining us in chat straight away. Love that.
Sitting there waiting for the alert to go off, I reckon.
Oh, shit. You're right. We are on the wrong side.
But that's because I switched.
Absolutely correct.
But I switched the camera direction, so that's why we switched sides.
Right. There you go. Problem solved.
I was going to say...
Because now we're looking at each other.
Yeah, well, because I know. Hi, Amy!
Hello, Amy.
Amy, you're not allowed to tell everybody else what's in your parcel, just FYI. It's secret squirrel business. So, because Angry Amy, for those of you who don't know, is a $5 Ko-fi member, and so they get extra bonus love. Secret squirrel bonus love only.
Yeah.
Waifu secret squirrel business. I told everyone that you're getting secret stuff. I didn't tell them what the secret stuff was.
Yeah, sorry about the direction kind of...
the tizzing. We can... It's okay. We'll switch it and we'll mirror. We'll switch it and we'll mirror. Let's switch and mirror.
Let's switch and mirror. Let's
mirror! Switch. There we go. And I'm going to mirror you too.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. I can't. You have to mirror yourself.
Okay. Let me just fix that up. Mirror my camera. And that should be done. Yep, there we go. I am mirrored.
You're not a drama queen. You're just a fabulous queen. You're just the queen.
Did you mirror?
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, okay.
And now I'm facing you from my perspective. I can't see you mirrored though.
Yeah, no. I have mirrored, but your perspective, you're facing away. It's all good. How does it look to all of you guys? Does it look like we're facing each other now?
And look, to be fair, in the edit, when I go to edit it, it's not going to matter. I can edit it however I want. Oh, no, they can't see it. We look the same, do we?
Yeah, we look exactly the same, so that hasn't really done anything.
The flirting and your hair, the lippy. I was thinking about you the whole time I was getting ready this morning, Amy. Honestly. I sent a video to Belle last night. I sent a video to Belle last night, and it was like me trying to get all of my friends, convince all my friends to come and live off the grid with me. And it's just this woman doing like this sexy dance with a chicken. I wanted to send it to you so bad. Oh, I'm having issues with my fucking phone at the moment. Like, things are not going through all the time, especially not videos and stuff. It's never stop. Shush, Amy, never stop. Hey, we've got to do it for the peeps. We've got to do it with the voiders.
Yeah, man. We've got to do it for the Ko-fi subscribers. This is their reward to go back and watch. Is us being absolutely atrocious flirts with each other, everyone in chat, life. I am tying my hair back though because it is warmy.
The bits that we cut out for the everyday edit. By the way, if anybody wants to create like clips and edits of these bits for advertising purposes, you can. Feel free to clip these bits. And the problem is, it takes me so long to edit the actual episodes. By the time I've done it, I can't even look at the computer for a whole nother week. So then the idea of like cutting up clips to try and advertise and get the word out there is like, oh God. No. No, absolutely not. Yes, sweetheart?
This is the only thing keeping you from full-blown nun life, hey, Lily? Yeah, fair enough. As long as we're keeping things ticking along for you. Tam, just stop your cam for a moment.
Honest to God, this is the thing with having kids, is that they've decided the world's ending because of an argument in regards to who gets the top bunk.
Oh.
Yeah. So... It's early. Tam's still saying, yes, sweetheart. I just had to tell my kids that we remotes aren't weapons. Yeah, it's getting to that point in the school holidays where it's going to be like, what the fuck do you want now? We've only got 2 weeks left of the school holidays and tempers are becoming frayed.
Oh, yes. Yep. Look, see, this is why I decided... This is why I decided that cats were my way forward. Because I can tell a cat to go and fuck itself and that it's a pain in the ass and I hate it. And it won't develop a complex.
Yeah.
But if I do that with a child, I'm going to break the child.
Yeah, you can't be breaking children. They're kind of
So I
fragile
chose
like
cats because I know that I have a temper when things are being deeply annoying to me.
Yes, yeah. We are having to do a bit of a move around. So we're doing some remodeling of the house. And so the walls are getting knocked down. Walls are being moved. Things are happening. And so children and it's happening on the cheap. So it's going to take more than a year. When I say it's happening on the cheap, what I mean is I'm doing it myself with my hands and Putty from Bunnings. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm taking out the wall in one of the kids' bedrooms to use the timber in that wall to frame up the wall that's going to be my new bedroom. So I can then move my bed and stuff into that room so that I can then put the couch to that, so they can then take that wall out so they can then use that timber to frame up. Because the kids' wall is already there, their new wall. So that timber's So I'm reusing bits. We're recycling.
Look, I appreciate the efficiency. It does, however, create a cascade domino effect of like, now I have to do this, now I have to do this, now I have to do this. There's no point where you can just take a fucking break because you need to do the next thing in order to do the last thing.
Well, not really. Like, there kind of is. So this is why the kids are going to be in one room with the bunks. Because then at every point, I can really take a break. Once I've removed that wall and I've got all the timber together, I don't have to rush and get a new bedroom built because everyone's got their bedrooms, kind of.
Fair.
And then I build the bedroom, and I move my bedroom into it, and I move the lounge room into where my bedroom was, and the kids have a lounge room, and I have a bedroom, even if it's not freely accessible yet, even if they have to go through a door to get to it. Like,
even if it's slightly... oddly laid out. It's still there.
Exactly. Even if it's a bit of a labyrinth. And then I remove that wall and it's like, okay, I might have to do some tidying, but all the walls are where they're supposed to be now. So it is going to take me, the one-man team, like a year to get through it. And when you look at what actually needs to be done, it's the kind of thing that could be done in a weekend if you had a team of builders. Like, we need to build one wall and take out another wall and then patch up a doorway. That's it. Yep. That's all that actually needs to get done.
But hey, when you have to do things on the cheap, when you've got to be sensible with the way you're doing things, and when you want to make sure that you're using or reusing materials,
absolutely,
something has to give, and that thing that gives is time.
And then the big thing as well is I've got a lot of that. Like, I'm not going to sacrifice, and I was talking to Bella a lot about this when Belle was over, and there's plenty of room to put up tents outside over the summer. Absolutely. Reno party at Tam's. Let's do a helping hands thing. Well, this is part of the reason I want to get this done, is because if I get this remodel done, it's going to add quite a lot of value to the property, because I'm getting to the point where it's only like 2 years away before we really have to start looking at getting this show on the fucking road. So between getting all the paperwork and all that sort of stuff set up and then getting the house ready to sell, I really do only have 24 months. So I know this is going to take a full fucking year. I need to kind of get started on it now. Like, I'm on a time crunch in the sense that I'm working towards something that we're looking at like a 2-year time frame for that, sort of being ready to go. But yeah, I was talking about that. I'm not willing to sacrifice time at home with my kids, though, for the income necessary to get a team of builders in here to spend a weekend doing it. I'd rather have breakfast with my kids every morning and drop them off at school every morning than get paid 120 grand a year and employ a team of builders to come in here for one weekend and smash out the work, you know?
Yep.
The fucking cops have just driven past again.
Oh, it happens all the time at my place, don't worry.
It's... Okay, can we just quick side note, can we talk about moral panics for a second?
Oh, yes, please, let's.
Okay, because I'm getting so fucking fed up with Facebook and the fucking... Okay, I live in an area that is remote regional community, right?
Yep.
The kind of remote regional community that is... The closest town to us is considered a regional town. And we don't necessarily out here consider ourselves part of that town. Like, I got a call from someone the other day asking me about a job. And they called and they said to me, where are you located? And I said Bayonet Head. And they said, oh, that close. Because they honestly, like, they thought of me as being in GN or being in Mount Barker or being in... But being in BH was close enough to be considered close, but not in town still. Like, I'm still not in town, according to them. When you live here, and, like, you know, for Belle, who was, like, driving between where they live and Melbourne City was very similar to me driving from where I live to town, and they would still say that they live just out of Melbourne, and I would say I live just out of, like, the town where I live. I would say, yeah, I live just out of here. But because of all of this sort of convergence of effects... We're the kind of place where nothing ever fucking happens. Yeah. Nothing. Like, when there are bushfires, the bushfires are far enough away from us that they're not really a bother to us. When there's flooding and water levels rising, we're far enough away that it's not really a bother to us, and we're high enough that it's not really a bother to us. Like, any fucking thing happens. When there's drama in town, like we had a guy in town getting hacked with a machete. We didn't even blink out here. We're far enough away that it doesn't even... doesn't bother us. We don't blink. Yeah. So there have been a couple of break-ins in my local area.
Yep.
And people are losing their fucking minds because we have never had a break-in out here, which means someone new has moved into the area and are causing problems. And so we need to track this motherfucker down. We need to find where this motherfucker... And I'm just sitting here like, what is wrong with you people? 3 houses have been broken into and it has gone bonkers to the point that I'm hearing about it from my ex's roommate who rocks up and is like, have you heard about all these break-ins in the area? No, I haven't. Good thing you've got cameras. I don't have cameras because I'm worried about break-ins. I have cameras because like they were deemed necessary for security because of my ex, the person you're living with. Like, I am more at risk of your roommate than I am anyone else in the fucking world. Guaranteed. Your roommate is more directly going to have a negative impact on my life than anyone else in the entire frickin' world. That is why I have security cameras up. Why are you at my door complaining about some poor bitch who's just moved into the neighborhood and it's like run off with some kid's bike? Like, what? Why are you talking to me like this is not a real issue? This is not a real fucking issue, you dumb fuckers. Like,
yep. And meanwhile, me living on one of the state's major thoroughfares, it's just cop car after cop car after cop car.
Cop car
all day.
Cop car. And honestly, when we were going through all the stuff with the... And this is the thing too. This is why I'm like, I know that what these cop cars are directly in relation to. Because when the shit was going on with our split, it was very public knowledge what was going on. Right, it was impossible for it not to be. I was hearing about the affair from people who worked at the park where my brother worked. Like, that's the kind of small town vibes we live in. So
I know it all too well.
Yeah. So when we were having fights and stuff, it was popping up on the local community page. Oh yeah, the guys of Menangle are going at it again. The cops are coming past. Like,
oh my God.
It was, yeah. it was common knowledge what was happening. No one was really all that worried. But the good thing is that when the cops would drive past, everyone was like, yeah, they'd come to check. Now the cops are driving past every fucking day because someone is calling up and complaining that the kids in the neighborhood are walking past and looking suspicious. These kids have been doing this for fucking ever. The kids they're complaining about are my kids. Like, these kids have been here forever. And they're going, oh, we've had an influx of these kids moving into the neighborhood recently. Kids have been here forever.
It's not that. Here's what it is, right? Somebody has moved down your way and they are not used to what the community aspect is like. They've moved down there from the city.
Yeah, or from the other side of town.
Yeah, all that.
They might have been moved here, which again, with our community and with the issues and stuff that are being experienced, it's probably, more than likely, some older teenagers who have been moved out this way with their mum as a result of fleeing family and domestic violence, and they're currently acting out some pent-up issues that they're dealing with. They've had to leave everything that they fucking know, and they've moved into a wealthier area where everyone has so much shit, they're just leaving their fucking push bikes out on the front lawn, and they're getting out some pent-up rage and aggression. Like, that might not. It could literally just be a couple of assholes trying to make money for meth, but it very well could also... Like, the point is... There's a million fucking reasons that someone has moved into the area and this is why they're doing what they're fucking doing. Running around and acting like we all need to get fucking security cameras on our house is just... Like, I literally got security cameras on my house because I had a message from my ex advising me that he had hidden in the vacant block across the road in the shrubs over there to spy on my house. That is why I got security cameras on my house. Anyone acting like a burglar is enough of a reason to warrant having a security camera on their house is like, there is something wrong with you. There is nothing like, we don't live in the kind of country where someone is going to break into your house with a gun. Okay, everyone calm the fuck down. There's just, there are reasons to have cameras. As I said, I have a fucking camera. There are reasons to have cameras. Being worried that some rando might run off with your kid's push bike is not enough of a reason to put full-on fucking Big Brother security cameras, like, I'm spy. They came and asked, because the house across the road's been vacant for a while, and there were signs someone had tried to break in. And the last house that got broken into was the house on the corner, on the opposite corner over there. And they came and asked if they could look at my security cameras. And I said, no, you can't look at my security cameras. I don't save footage. And they said, what do you mean? And I said, it's a live feed to my phone. So I have an alert that goes off on my phone if someone's approaching the house. Like just then, like the battery is in the camera. So it goes off and alerts me that someone's approaching the house, but I don't record footage. And like, well, what's the point of having the camera? And I'm like, because it's to alert me that someone's at my house. So that I can pull up my phone, open the camera, see what's going on at my house in the moment. And I've got a microphone so I can speak through the camera. So, like, if the parcel guy rocks up, I can be like, hey, sorry, I'm at work. You can just leave that onto the bench if you want. Or, you know, if my ex shows up, I can be like, bitch, I'm watching you. Do you want me to hit the record button right now? Like, you know. I don't have automatic recording because I'm not trying to spy on my neighborhood. Like, it's just, and they were baffled. They were like, well, you know, but it'd be better. I'm like, yeah, because it's got an alert that beeps to let people know there's a camera because I want people to know that they're being recorded. So there's an alert that beeps that lets people know there's a camera there. It alerts me inside that someone's approaching the house, but it's not recording. It's not sitting there. And they're like, well, we're trying to see. And I'm like, there's no, hey, Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Yes! I have a large house, I have downstairs, I don't know who's at the front door. No, and that's the thing, there are plenty of reasons to have a camera, but the assumption from the people out there seems to be that you need one so that you can spy on your community. And it's, I don't need protection from my community.
Yep.
Even when, and I have had things stolen from me a lot. I grew up in the kind of area where I woke up with people in my house growing up. Like, I have opened my eyes to have seen someone in my bedroom as a child. Like, I'm not sitting here. People used to say this to me all the time. Like, if you experienced it, you'd understand. It's like, I'm not sitting here having never been broken into and never been burgled and saying, if you've got cameras, you're a pussy. I'm saying...
It's so funny that when you advocate for being less prone to irrational fear... You are accused of never having experienced the thing that people are so afraid of.
Yeah! Yeah.
And it's like, actually, I'm speaking from, like, for an example, right? When I was, oh God, like 7, 8 years old, my mum has always been a rev head, right?
Yeah.
She's got the leddest foot you've ever seen. She's the only person I know who has made a 4-hour trip from the Perth city to a wheatbelt community in under 2 hours. Like, and I shit you not, this is true as I sit here. She's done that trip in under 2 hours.
Fucking hell! Oh shit! Look at that.
Height.
Yeah.
So she used to have a Holden GTS, like, souped up to fuck. The thing sounded like a drag car when it idled. It was ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
And we lived in what at the time was a bit of a dodgy suburb.
Yeah.
Now, we woke up to a bloke with a sawed-off shotgun in the house to take the keys for the car.
Yeah.
And I was 7 or 8 years old at the time.
Yeah.
So I have literally experienced what everyone considers to be the worst version of a home invasion.
Yeah.
Which is someone who is armed with a lethal weapon.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
I am still firmly on your side of this situation. Yeah. Like, I do not need cameras to spy on my community.
And this is part of why I get so frustrated when people talk about things like with what's happening at the moment with mask mandates, trying to stop people wearing masks so that the police can prevent crime. It's not about preventing crime. None of this is about crime prevention, all right? If you are the camera sitting up there warning people they're being recorded, that's crime prevention.
Yep.
Recording them, the crime's already happened. That's no longer crime prevention. You're no longer talking about crime prevention at that point. And this is where I draw the line. If you're trying to do things that are crime preventative, fine, no worries. Like, there are things that you can do that are crime prevention. For example, as we're going to lead into in today's episode, demotivating the offender with things like social safety net payments, making it less likely that they're going to look at their neighbours and go, I'm annoyed that I can't afford food and these motherfuckers have V8s running up and down the road constantly and motorbikes and fucking, like the guy across the road from me who got broken into, he has a car that we only ever see on weekends when there's no chance of rain that he brings out of his garage to go on lovely rides and he waves as whichever he goes past. That's the kind of person who lives in this neighbourhood. Mm-hmm. Of course, these kids who've maybe moved in from the other side of town where they literally have fucking nothing. Some of the kids over there don't even have fucking shoes. They're sharing shoes with their siblings to go to school. Yep. Of course, they're going to see that and think, what else has he got inside? And they're going to break in and want a piece of that pie, you know?
Yeah.
My kids aren't like, I'm not running around with, I'm not a target. I'm not running around with this bullshit. I'm not, I'm leaving free food out on the front. I'm leaving seedlings out for people to take on my front lawn. I'm leaving toys out on the front lawn for people to take. I'm leaving, like, I've got fruit trees growing that the kids come and pick fruit off in the mornings. Like, no, I'm not a target for these fucking assholes. And if you want to demotivate the offender, there's ways we can do that. And yes, putting a security camera up that warns them they're being recorded is a way to demotivate the offender. More chance of being caught, less motivation to commit the crime. But once the crime's actually happened, once they've actually stolen the thing, anything you do about it is no longer crime prevention. Okay, it's punishment. You're in the realm of punishment. Yeah. And when we're talking about mitigating crime and crime prevention, punishment actually doesn't prevent crime. It actually increases the likelihood of crime continuing. Punishment makes further crime more likely, which is why I'm firmly against punishment for crimes, because it does not help with crime prevention. And again, this is coming from two people who, as I said, I've woken up with a fucking asshole in my room rifling through my stuff when I was 7, 8 years old, and I had my baby sister sleeping in the room with me. Like, it was fucking, no. It wasn't exactly a lovely, I knew what to do. I knew that all I had to do was close my eyes and roll over and face the other way and I'd be fine, because we grew up with this kind of stuff. We knew they want your shit. They're not interested in you. You'll be fucking fine.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I did what I'd been told to do and I was fucking fine. And there were mornings when we woke up and my dad woke up and our milk was on the front lawn because the kids had broken in. The first thing they stole was food. The first thing they stole was food. And this is why you knew that they were not a risk to you. They are just hungry. They're just trying to get by because it was always the food first. They always went to the fucking fridge first every fucking time. Once they're inside, of course, they're going to try and see what else they can get. But they were always, and this is what pisses me off the most when people start going on about this shit. Every single time anyone does any research into youth crime, 90% of people are talking about the fact that they're in there stealing food. 80% of people have cognitive development issues that mean that they're not thinking as clearly as you or I might think about these issues. We're talking about kids who are hungry, who don't necessarily have the cognitive sense to realize that breaking in to try and steal shit isn't the right way to go about getting food. And your solution is to punish them so they have less access to education, to hope for the future, to positive situations and positive influences. They're going to show them better ways to do things. You're
to getting into the workforce, because when you get when you get an interview, you have to disclose whether or not you've got any criminal convictions.
And if you say you haven't, and then you do a crime background check, and it
you've
shows
lied.
that you've got. And the worst part is they will expunge your record for youth crimes. I know, because my dad's got a criminal record from when he was a kid. They will expunge your record, but when they do a background check, it still shows up as an expunged record.
Yep.
So his
it doesn't
expunged
show
record,
up what it is. It just shows up expunged record.
His expunged record is for street drinking. He was 17 having a beer on the beach, and he got arrested and spent a night in lockup and pleaded guilty.
Yep.
And it got expunged because he was 17. And so now, whenever he goes for a job, it shows up as expunged record, and he has to explain to people it was for having a beer on the beach. They don't fucking believe him, because what 17-year-old gets a criminal record in this country for having a beer on the beach?
Exactly. And that's the big problem, right? When you go for this expunged record side of things and show that there was something there, you have now set up a this could be anything
worst
voodoo
case scenario.
Scary situation where people are like, I don't know if I'm hiring a killer.
Nope. Or a rapist.
Yeah.
Or a child molester. Because this is the thing a lot of people don't realize as well, a lot of, and again, sorry, like trigger warning, but a lot of child on child, like a lot of child SA crimes are child on child crimes.
Yep.
So you've got older kids doing, and that's the thing, if you're someone who works in that kind of space and you go to hire someone who's got an expunged record, you can't afford to risk hiring that person.
Correct.
It doesn't matter what they fucking did. You can't afford to risk hiring them because you're dealing with vulnerable communities. And that's not fair.
You could potentially be setting them up for danger, even though the only thing they did was have a drink on a beach.
Have a beer on a beach. And they, honest to God, they have no way, unless they go back and get the court transcripts, which my dad started doing, because he wanted to get a job. He was trying to get a job at the casino. He went and got the court transcripts to show what it was for so he could get a fucking job at the casino. He showed them the full transcript and everything. Because he was like, they wouldn't give him a job at the fucking casino. And he's like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I was 17. I now have 4 kids to feed. This is ridiculous. And this is the thing, like, and the other thing people don't realize is that with, for example, again, fucking moral panics with the cops going into Indigenous communities to take Indigenous kids out because we've got a moral panic about what's going on in there. When those kids get removed from that community and they get put in other homes, do you know what they're told? The fucking foster parents are told? They are not to discipline the kids. The police are the disciplinarians. So they will call the cops, which means that as a 15-year-old, when I threw my phone at my mum and grabbed her car keys and took off because she was pissing the fuck out of me, if I'd been in a foster home situation, which very well could have happened to me given my upbringing, I am the first person in my mother's family line to have remained in the family home for my entire childhood.
Yep.
So this is not a pie in the sky situation. This is, I very well could have been in foster care doing that. That would have resulted in a criminal conviction for attempted assault.
Yep.
And for motor vehicle theft.
Yep.
I threw a phone at my mum and then stole her fucking car. I would have been in prison if I had been in foster care and done that. I would have been in juvenile detention. And anyone looking at me now is going to say there is no fucking way you should be in prison. And yet that is 100% the way my life would have gone had my mum not literally hidden. She hid us from the cops because of what happened to her when she was a kid. She hid us because she was so... This is why, no matter what fucked up shit my mum did, I give her so much fucking credit. Because she knew the most dangerous thing for us was to be removed from the family home. That was going to be the most dangerous thing that could happen to us. Didn't matter how bad things were at home. It was going to be 10 times worse if we got removed. And that's what I say to people. I've seen what happens to kids who get removed from situations like the one I was in. I don't care what anyone says. It should always be about keeping the kids in the home with the parent and getting the parent the support they need, because there is nothing worse than putting a child in a situation where they are expected to behave like an adult from the age of fucking 8 years old. And that's what we are doing with foster care situations. We are taking kids and we are telling them that they have to behave like adults from the age of fucking children.
Yeah.
Children.
Yep.
Thanks, Tom. I love you too.
Also, Juzzy, good one, mate. Welcome to WA.
Welcome to WA. Yay! Yeah, let's set the kids up for failure. Exactly, Juzzy. Let's set the kids up for failure. It's exactly what we're doing. With Salvos, I couldn't see any details. It would just come back that there was something. It could be a speeding fine. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It will just come back that there's something and you've got no idea what it is. Oh, made it! Live from Scarborough, WA.
Good old
If you had a camera, you could find the people easier that you want to help. What was this about?
Talking about security cameras.
Oh, yes! Yeah.
Yep.
It's also why I won't have a camera in my car. If kids try and take it, I won't scare them off and play dumb to the cops. Can't do that with camera footage. Yeah. Yeah. And look, in all honesty, I grew up in a neighbourhood where our car was being stolen on the regular. We would wake up in the morning to go to school and we would walk down the road to pick our car up from the neighbour's driveway where they'd taken it out for a joyride the night before. So, again, like, and when I was at uni and I was having these discussions with these kids and we were talking about moral panics and I was talking about how we prioritise protecting property over people and how the police are not there to protect you, they're there to protect property.
Yep.
And we had the example of this kid, and this is actually, I'm not going to go into too much detail. I mean, I probably could now, but this is before I was medicated. This is why I had to get medicated, was because of learning about this kid's case. This kid we literally followed his case from his first interaction with the police when he was 7, before he was first detained when he was 7 and held in a watch house, because they say that 10 is the age of criminal responsibility.
Yep.
They're allowed to arrest you at any fucking age in this country.
Yeah.
So this 7-year-old was arrested and held in a watch house, and we followed his story all the way through to adulthood. And in adulthood, you see him and you see everything this kid has been through. You've seen the way he's been treated by the system throughout his entire fucking life. And at the end, they're chatting to him and he's strapped into this chair, legs, hands, feet, everything. He's got a spit hood over his face, which is like tied on, strapped on. And the guard is backing out of the room recording and talking to him and going, okay, like, we've done this for your own protection. You're going to be in that for the next couple of hours, like, da-da-da. And he's not even moving. He's just sitting there, head down, like, not even moving, completely given up. Like, this is this 18-year-old kid who you've watched. Like, an hour ago, he was a 7-year-old kid getting in trouble for being out late with his mates. And now you've watched him just turn into this grown-ass man who has no hope, no future, no, nothing. Like, it just absolutely, and it broke me in a way I cannot even, like I said, I had to go on medication after this because it broke me in a way I cannot explain. I cannot explain how much this broke me watching this kid. And showing his story to these students and going through it all with them and then saying to them, because the reason he was in there the last time was because he'd firebombed a car. And I said, now knowing what that kid had been through and knowing his history and knowing everything that's happened to him, if you knew it was him firebombing your car, would you report it to the police? Like, understanding where he's coming from, understanding his history, understanding his life, are you more or less likely to call the police on him now after seeing his story?
Yep.
And I was genuinely shocked at how many kids in that class said yes, they would still call the cops. And I looked at them and I just went, holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, in class, standing there as a tutor, I went, holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with you? And they went, well, just because he's like this, he's been through this doesn't give him the right to fucking firebomb. And I went, do you have insurance? Well, that doesn't mean, do you have insurance? Well, that doesn't, okay, so you have insurance. You have the means to recover from this incident. You have the means. You have the means and method to recover from what this person has done. He doesn't. Like, there's no preventing what he's done.
You don't need a perpetrator for insurance.
You don't need a perpetrator.
They don't need to find the guilty party.
No, you just have to report it to the police and get a police report number.
Out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you don't demand the cops show up because you're not in a really wealthy, ritzy suburb, the cops won't show up. I've lived in Belmont enough to
yeah.
know that. The cops won't show up if you don't demand they show up. See, I wouldn't. I'd pretend I didn't know who it was for insurance. We don't need to tell them the full truth. Exactly. Not only not tell them who it was, but that is one of the kind of situations where I'd be like, yeah, I take the camera out of my, I take the battery out of my cameras when I'm here at night because they buzz and go off and annoy me. They're only for when I'm not here. They're only for when I'm not here. So I take it off. I take the camera out, battery out at night. So no, I didn't record anything. No, the alarm didn't go off. No, I don't have any footage. No, I can't show you anything. Sorry. Like, because at the end of the day, there is nothing. There is not my house, not my clothing, not my car, nothing besides. And this is why when we talk about child endangerment, it takes on such a different tone, because there is, and why we get so angry at how light these people get off for the crimes they actually do to children, because there is nothing anyone could do to anything that I own, that would ever result in me wanting to see them punished.
Yep.
Ever.
Especially knowing not only what going through the criminal system in Australia does to a person's future, but also what the criminal system is when you're inside of it. Because like, please, if there's anything you take from this conversation, please know that regardless of what conservatives in this country say, the criminal system in Australia is not a fucking cakewalk.
No. And it is not a justice system. There's nothing just about the system at all.
There's a very good reason I'm choosing criminal system rather than justice system. Just because it isn't Shanks and prison SA like America does not make it a cakewalk. And but highly publicised is... Sorry, I should have clarified.
Just because we don't publicly let you know how shitty our systems are.
Yeah. It still occurs. There is still very much a prison gang system in Australia. There is still very much assault, abuse, torturous treatment from guards. I have heard some damning horrific things from people in the criminal system, and people who have come through it. Yeah, deaths in custody.
You don't get deaths in custody without having an abhorrent... You are responsible for somebody else. If we had deaths in custody in childcare centres, because that is a death in custody. If we had a death in custody in childcare centres, people would lose their fucking minds. But because we've labelled someone a criminal first, which is part of the reason I don't like even referring... I refer to it generally as the CJS or as the criminal justice system, because it is these people... Like, criminal is a label we give to people. You know, justice is a label that we put on something. There's nothing just about the justice system. There's nothing criminal about the criminals that we put in these, about the perpetrators. And this is why I often call people perpetrators rather than criminals. Because perpetrators are people who perpetrate an act. What makes the act criminal is society's judgment upon the person. The act isn't necessarily criminal on its own. I can be a perpetrator of an act that's completely non-criminal. I can be a perpetrator of a theft, which is not a theft, what's it called? A liberation. I can liberate something that's been stolen and still be the perpetrator of a theft. Like, it's still stealing to liberate something that's been stolen. It'd still be kidnapping to liberate a child that had been kidnapped. So I can be a perpetrator of an act that isn't criminal. Being criminal is the label society puts on them to justify the horrific treatment. And you cannot turn around and tell me that death in custody is... How the fuck... If there is a death in a system where you are holding other people against their will and they don't have the right to seek their own care, that system should be shut the fuck down. It breaks my fucking brain that we have had a child die. We had a child die in custody last year, and we are still allowed to hold children in custody. What the fuck? This makes no fucking sense. This breaks my fucking brain in a way I can't, like... We're allowed to kill someone and keep operating that system.
I am 100% with you, bud.
Oh fucking God! Ah! And that's the thing. If you are saying that it's okay for a child to die for firebombing a car, I don't know how to help you. I don't know how to help you. Yep. You should not be allowed to vote. You should not be allowed to vote. You need to be able to pass this basic test first. And if you can't pass this basic test that a human life is worth more than your fucking Ferrari, you don't get to vote. You could go and take a flying fucking jump off a fucking cliff with the rest of the fucking lemmings, you fucking cunt. Oh my fucking God. Oh.
There's nothing more to say.
Yes!
That's perfect.
Thank you.
It's perfect. I've got nothing to add to that.
Well, we are talking a lot about ways we could demotivate offenders in order to prevent an actual criminal justice system that actually focused on demotivating offenders. What would that look like?
Yeah, right?
Oh my God!
What a twist. And considering how much
it
costs
cheaper?
to imprison somebody, why do we keep doing it for nothing?
It is. Community corrections are so much cheaper.
Yep.
That rehabilitation is so much better.
Yep.
The effect on the community has such a better impact. The impact on the negative impact on the community is reduced.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All of the reasons.
So many.
And even before we get to incarcerating, even before we get to the point of where we're incarcerating, locking people up, taking them in front of a judge, even just by giving people a basic level of subsistence, even just giving people a house and fucking food would be enough to reduce so much of the crime. Yep. Like I said, 99, like you go into, they literally, I'm not even kidding, this is not just off the top of my fucking head, okay? Curtin University went into Banksia Hill and did a study, and 90% of the children incarcerated there at any time, they went in and did this over, because obviously the people who were in there change over various times. At any point they went in to say 90% of those incarcerated were first incarcerated for stealing food. Their first interaction with the police was for trying to get food. Mm-hmm. Their first interaction with the criminal justice system was for trying to get food. All we need to do is give people a house and food, and we will not have such a fucking massive issue with with criminals in our society. Like, fucking fuck. Yep. But instead, what do we do, Maddie? What do we do instead?
So the thing is, right, there is a human imperative to survive. It is hard-coded into our DNA.
Of course.
This is the reason why you can't drown yourself. Why you can't hold your breath until you expire. Yeah. Your body will force you out of the water or to take a breath. This is why you cannot override your body. It is only through the use of an external thing
that you can end your own life. There are times...
content warning, like a knife or a rope, that you can override your body's inherent will for survival.
But there are also times in history, like just think about this for a second, especially those of us in the audience who are mothers. There have been times in history where parents have eaten their own children. That is how inherent, how desperate the need for survival is. We want to survive through our children, through our offspring, through continuing the genetic line. But there have been examples of times in history where parents have been willing to eat their own offspring in order to survive because of how desperate situations have got. When you are talking about that, the animalistic part of our brain, and you are expecting people to just overcome that because society says you're not allowed to touch this, it's mine. Yeah,
and that's exactly what I was getting at. How can you unhouse someone, make the system impossible for them to find housing, not give them enough money in order to afford the necessary sustenance to live, and then expect them to somehow override biological imperative and not find a source of nutrition?
Yep. Especially when those people are kids.
Yeah.
Especially
and they don't have the fully developed understanding of rules and consequences.
And the idea as well for a kid, like, this is the thing I think a lot of people don't get. The idea for a kid that there would be consequences for feeding yourself is that's so antithetical. Like, for a child to learn that they're not allowed food when they need it, they have to first learn to devalue themselves in society's eyes. They have to first learn that I am not valuable enough to be deserving of sustenance, and that is why I can't take their food even though they're not eating it and I need it. You have to first, They have to first devalue themselves as not being worth taking what they need. Like that's what I don't understand, is people kind of sitting there and going, it's not a matter of not respecting yourself going out and stealing. It's a matter of having enough respect for yourself that you don't see a problem with taking what you need to survive. Yeah. And in order to say that that's not an option for you, you first have to see someone else's ownership of an item as being more important than your own survival. Like you have to devalue yourself in your own mind to be able to accept that dichotomy.
Yep.
Of course kids aren't going to be able to do that.
And just to jump in here real quick, because there is a common argument point that comes from conservative circles on this exact topic. Yeah. Well, if they were stealing for food, why didn't they steal food? Why did they go into Woolworths and steal makeup or beauty supplies or this, that, the other? Because it's really fucking hard to get away with smuggling an entire ham out, but what is easy to put in your pocket is a $20 thing of foundation that you can sell for $12 to buy ham, you fucking stupid airheaded fuck.
Or to put makeup on so that you can go get a job. Or to put makeup on so that you feel more normal because you're living in a neighborhood where everyone goes out with makeup on and you're the only dickhead who doesn't have makeup on because you're so fucking broke you can't afford fucking mascara, and so you pinch a mascara because you can't afford $16 for a mascara, but it's easy enough to steal a mascara while you're paying your last $10 for food for the kids, so that when you go to pick up the kids from school you don't feel like the broke ass poor ass. Like, we put so much pressure on people. Like, even with things like cleanliness, okay? We expect people, and people will turn around and say this all the time. They'll turn around and like, okay, the household, distribution of household fucking labor. And part of it annoys me because I'm like, you're putting way too much emphasis on the necessary need to do household labor. Like, really? Like, household labor, but whatever. But second of all, yes, there is a need to do some household labor that is necessary, obviously, so that we can then go out and make money and all the rest of it. But the emphasis that we put on our society of making sure your house presents a certain way, all it does is it takes people who are already time poor because they're sacrificing so much of their time for money to be able to pay their bills. All it does is make them more time poor, so they even have even less time to focus on the things that should change about their lives, because after they finished working for 10, 12 hours a day, they have to come home and clean for another 6 hours so then they can go and sleep for a few hours so they can get up and they can do it all over fucking again.
Yeah, because the idea of having a person who is at home managing the household affairs and a person who is earning is no longer possible in today's society.
It was never possible. It was always a Western, white, wealthy idea that we were striving towards to make ourselves look like, the idea of you have to look like you have that, even though throughout history most people have not been out. Like, if we were to transport ourselves back to the 1800s, most of us would be fisherwomen, like literally sweeping out our mud hat floors and from the fish guts that we'd pulled out of the fish to sell at market. Like, we wouldn't be living in nice houses with electricity. And the fact that we've got this standard of living isn't because we're all suddenly doing better. It's really hard. Like, whenever you try and explain the sliding scale of economics to people, and you talk about things like carpeting, for example, carpeting in houses, we see that as an increase in standards of living because carpeting in houses means the floors get less dirty, It actually isn't really. Like, it isn't. Like, a lot of the things that we did, a lot of the standards in living that we raised was more about making ourselves look as though we had more money, look as though we've always been very performative as people. Not always, I shouldn't say, but ever since we developed capitalism, we've always been very performative in trying to look like we have more than we do. So even bringing things like carpets onto floors was to hide the wood floor so that you didn't look so like you were that cheap that you couldn't afford, you had to put wood floor on the mud floor. And it's just all of these things that we have done slow but surely that have carpet is super fucking gross. I fucking hate carpet.
It's deeply stupid because carpet necessitated the invention of the vacuum cleaner. With a wood floor, you can use a broom and a dustpan.
But before that, But before that, even like when they would put rugs down and women would be in their carpets, it's like when you look at the inventions of technology and things throughout time, like when we even invented the light bulb, okay? We went from making candles to having the light bulb. The work didn't stop. The work just changed. So instead of making candles, now we had to dust and clean the bulbs and so the work changed forms, but it was always about the appearance of it's just when you start looking at and again, because I get really obsessive about this stuff, I know, Ebs, but when you start following the Industrial Revolution, the first Industrial Revolution and then the second Industrial Revolution. The first Industrial Revolution you can point to and say there were a lot of technological advancements there that improved human life. The second Industrial Revolution, there weren't. The second Industrial Revolution was all about that commodification. It was about improving the appearance of life. It was about, and that is even like the third and fourth revolutions, that the fourth wave we're in now being AI, a lot of that is about improving the appearance of life. It's about making it look like you're doing better rather than actually doing better. It's about, making more content, pumping out more content quicker. It's about getting more eyes. It's about getting more. So ever since the first Industrial Revolution, most of it since then has been about, and the point that we're at now, by the way, hi Gremlin, good to see you. And yeah, that was really fucked up. I don't know why your parents would have taken you to a cop shop at 3. My kids know to hide from the cops anyway, unless they're lost. If they're lost, they go and they find the cops. If they're not lost, then they avoid the cops. That's the that's the model that we're working on with my children. If we all benefited evenly from the advancements of technology and efficiency, we would all be well off and only working 12 to 15 hours per week. Exactly. So since the second...
we should only be working 12 to 15 hours a week, for fuck's sake. There's so many superfluous jobs that have been created by the unnecessary commodification of society
jobs.
That, it's just people filling roles so that stupid shit can be done. Realistically, to keep society running, we have more than enough people and more than enough resources where no one should have to work more than 10 hours a goddamn week in order to keep society functioning.
And what's really frustrating is before the second Industrial Revolution, most people didn't work more than 10 hours a week. We have this idea about work being this drudgery before our modern age. It wasn't. Part of the reason why it feels like such a drudgery now is because it's not fulfilling. We're not receiving any fulfillment from work like we used to. I could spend 10 hours out in my garden and feel fulfilled because I've spent 10 hours out in my lovely garden. Meanwhile, I've been out there working to grow the food that's going to feed my family. Work
but
feels
all of the
terrible.
work you've been doing has had purpose.
Absolutely.
You can
and
see
also
the results of your efforts.
Yeah. And our obsession, can I just, our obsession with passive income, our obsession. Can I just say, as a gardener, whenever I hear anyone talking about that, I'm like, plant a fucking tree, you motherfuckers. If you want passive income, Ninja! Sorry, my cat's got a cardboard bag attached to his head and he's running around the house.
Mine do that all the time. Go for it, buddy. In the meantime, I'm going to have a look through chat because I have been ignoring it while talking because I've been deeply in the source. Where did we leave off? Unhousing people, they're not letting them live anywhere because of the lack of housing. Do we have a situation like that at the moment for people who aren't criminal? Right. Amy, men's razors, men are judged for not shaving. If a man takes that, then maybe he's trying to get a job. I mean, yeah. Can understand that. Obviously not man, but do not shave. I wear the beard because it is comfortable and I like hiding the additional chin. Carpet is super gross. Hardwood floors is now a status symbol. Absolutely. Let's see, where else are we? Hardwood floor is the new version of sweeping the problems under the mat. Please don't sweep problems under me. I have enough of my own. We're so narcissistic in society. Success is so problematic. It's not so much that we're narcissistic. It's that we have been trained to care primarily about the self above all else. We have been removed from community by the idea of how many of you know your neighbours? Properly know your neighbours? How many of you properly know the people around you? And that is intentional. We are taught by society, by capitalism, to look at the people around us with one of two things. Either we are looking at them with jealousy because they have what we don't, or we are looking at them with distaste because they don't have what we have. And that is something that has been taught to us by the society we live in. We've been taught to be individualistic. We've been taught that, we've basically been coached into the main character syndrome, where we matter as an individual above society instead of building community with the people around us. So it's not so much that we're narcissistic, it's that this is the education that we've been given through the constant reinforcement of what is valued within capitalism.
Yeah. This is the offending bag.
Yes.
Just want to show it's not a plastic bag, it was a paper bag, because I don't leave plastic bags around with cats.
No.
But it was a bag that obviously she climbed into and then tore while trying to climb out, and then was running around the house with this around her neck, like helter-skelter.
It's the same thing with my cats. I've got 4 of the little fuckers in this tiny apartment. I cannot leave a paper bag because Noonian, our big beefy boy, who's like 14 kilos worth of cat, will jump into it and play around. And then next thing you know, River, the young boy, has jumped into the thing, got a handle around his neck, and is now running around like Superman with a paper bag cape. It's nuts.
Yeah. And I'm looking at them the whole time going, if you just stopped moving, it would stop annoying you.
But something's chasing it.
Yeah.
So we have to stop.
I went in there and I was under... So just then, she was hiding under my kid's bed. Mm-hmm. And I went in there and I'm like, okay, like, I gotcha. Start moving, like, slowly towards her. This is my cat, who will crawl up on top of me and sleep on my chest. Like, takes off running because suddenly I'm coming towards her and she's freaked out. So she takes off again and I have to, like, chase her again. I'm like, just stop. Like, God. Then she's sitting on my bed and she's sitting on my bed, like, claws digging in or, like, panicking. And I walk up to her and I take the loop off from around her head and give her a scratch. And she sits there and looks around. And then she jumps and it's not chasing her. And she's like, oh, and sits back down, like, completely fine again. I'm like, you...
Yeah. You magically solve the problem.
Fucking crazy bitch. Yeah.
Cats, man.
Cats.
Pipe cleaners create chaos with your cats. For us, it's Q-tips.
Yeah,
Q-tips. They fucking love them.
Love the paper bags. Yep. I was going to say, I did kind of come in on part of that conversation at the end there, and I think it's very, very true how we are... What's the word? Individualism is a huge problem in our society because we've forgotten the fact that we are all interconnected. And this is one of the problems, even with Donald Trump talking about a trade war with China. I keep kind of telling people, this is one of the reasons why Australia has been sort of distancing themselves from the US. In particular, in like the UN and stuff, we've been kind of making a couple of calls that show that we're not maybe as far up America's arse as previously thought. And one of the reasons is because a trade war with China is going to affect us.
Yeah, like it's going to fuck us.
Yeah. We provide 60% of China's iron ore. Mm-hmm. We provide 50% of their coal. They are our biggest trade partner. They are our largest export purchaser. Yep. And our imports, not even it's another export. Student tourism. We also have a very close relationship with China when it comes to student tourism.
Absolutely.
Our 3 biggest exports are only our biggest exports because of China.
Correct.
So we don't want their economy to suffer, and it has already been suffering. They've already had a downturn in their economy, which is normal. It's completely normal. Like they've been... the US and Europe after the First World War, sort of leading into the Second World War, had massive growth rates, like sort of 5-6% growth. And then obviously that slowed down again a whole lot when it came to the 80s and 90s. We sort of started seeing 1.2 versus 2% growth rate as being sort of more normal in the economy. And then everyone was freaking out because China suddenly had a 5-6% growth rate, forgetting that China didn't have the massive boom after the Second World War that the US and the UK, the Europe had. You know, they didn't have that, which again, the US had a lot of investment in Europe after the Second World War. They did a lot of deals with that. They let them buy gold for $35 an ounce. There were a lot of great stuff that the US did to help boost the European economy, but they had massive economic growth for decades as a result. China experienced the same thing. It's not doom and gloom that China's economy is now slowing down. It's normal. That is what should happen. It is ridiculous to have 6% growth forever. We do not have enough resources on the planet. Leading back into what I was saying before, our standard of living now, we don't have enough resources on our planet for everyone to live at the same standard of living that we do in Australia or what we do in the US. There aren't enough resources on the planet for everyone to live to our standard of living. We have to get used to having a lower, reduced standard of living because it's not possible. We are using the Earth's resources at 2 times what the Earth can replenish every year. And we started doing that since the 80s. We've started using more resources than the Earth can replenish. We would need 5 Earths for everyone to live at the same standard of living that we do in the West. It's just not fucking possible. And we need to accept that and accept a lower standard of living, accept that the power is going to go out sometimes, accept that we're not going to have 24-hour access to the internet, accept that we are going to have to grow our own food because supply chains aren't always going to be reliable, because it's not possible to have those things for everyone in the world. And if we keep trying to push to have those things, we are going to deplete the resources of the planet so fucking quickly that no one's going to have any of it pretty fucking soon.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So, just before we jump into the actual meat of the episode today, because we've been now ramble fucking for an hour now.
That's not ramble fucking, it's intro. We're intro building.
Yeah, the biggest intro ever.
Ko-fi exclusives.
Yes, exactly. So just before we jump into the actual episode today, I do want to say, Juz, while you're in Perth, feel free to get in contact with me. What time do you fly out tomorrow? Because if what you miss is a hug, my friend, I will come and hug the ever-loving fuck out of you.
Yay!
You're not that far away from me right now. You're less than a half-hour drive. So I can make that happen if you need it.
If you're coming back via this way, let me know too. Because I missed you on the way up. Warming the audience. Best foreplay ever. See? Yeah, exactly.
That's what we're doing.
But this is why we need Comco. This is why we need a community, because no one is an island. No one is independent. We're not independent from China. China's not independent from the US. The US isn't independent from us. We depend on them. They depend on us. And the more people try and pretend... Of course, this is why you got to come and move here, Amy. So then you won't have to be jealous. You can just be here all the time.
Yeah.
But this is why we got to get Comco up and running.
Mm-hmm.
Can I bring my pigs? Yes.
Yeah.
Can I tell you? Okay, I was at Mario's the other day buying wood chips for the chicken coop. And I was chatting to her, and she was saying that I needed to get guinea pigs for my orchard, because guinea pigs were really good for the orchard, and you can let them run around free. You just got to put chicken netting up so they don't get out, and obviously make sure the hawks and stuff don't get them, which I was like, yeah, I've got to do that with my baby chicks anyway. She was like, yeah, guinea pigs. They're amazing for what do you call it, for your orchards and stuff. They're great. They love what's Comco. Comco is the commune. Commune Christmas in July. I like that. Commune Christmas in July. So Comco is our communist collective, which is the name for the commune that we're starting up together. So that's why I've got to get my house done so that we can sell it. So I've got the money in 2 years for the land for Comco. So
yeah,
everyone has to come and help work the land, and you need your own, to start off with, people, when you first get here, you need your own caravan until we start building the tiny homes. But we will be building tiny homes. There you go. But I know my pigs don't go outside. Mm-hmm. They won't live outside, but we can let them outside for play. You've got to let them outside. I was going to say my rabbits were indoor rabbits, like absolutely, they're absolutely indoor run-around rabbits. But you also let them outside and it was so funny. Whenever I'd let them outside for a run, you'd see them leap and jump. Like they were so excited. They love going outside for a big run. But yeah, they are definitely indoor creatures.
Yep.
Because otherwise the animals outside will eat them. You haven't shown your piggy apartment. Yours hate it. Really? Well, I mean, they're going to have to pull their weight on the commune. Like, I'm sorry, piggies, you're going to have to pull your weight and eat the weeds. You don't have to go out for long, like half an hour chores every day to eat the weeds. It's all we need.
Yep, that's it.
They got to pull their weight, Amy. We're no freeloaders. No fucking freeloaders. No, I'm kidding. Everyone has a job. That's right. Excuse me. Each according to his ability, each according to his need. My pigs and cats are freeloaders. My cats aren't freeloaders. My cats keep the mice out of the chicken coop.
My cats are massive freeloaders, man. Apart from River, he's the only one that does any hunting of insects. The other cats all, like, look at you terrified whenever there's a fly.
Oh.
Shitlords. Whereas River's running about throwing himself bodily into everything trying to catch it. Alrighty. Shall we jump into the actual episode today?
Go on then. You're gonna tell me all about the scummy shit that the government's done.
Yes.
When they could be demotivating offenders, but instead they're finding all kinds of reasons to motivate new offenders, I hear.
Correct.
Let's go.
So, what we are going to talk about today is actually some recent history. We're looking at something that started in effect, well, I say started, the version of it that we want to talk about started 9 years ago.
Some transformations that were made 9 years ago to make the shit system even shitter.
Correct.
Wonderful, yeah.
And what we're talking about today is Robo-Debt. I'm sure you've seen it in the title, if you bother to look at those. But for the rest of you, this is what we're going to be discussing. Now, for anybody who is not Australian who is listening to this, there's going to need to be a little bit of an explainer. Yeah.
There should be.
Should be quite a few of you.
Yeah.
So there's going to need to be a little bit of an explainer before we get into this. So for those of you who are in chat now who already know what's going on just by the words Robo-Debt, please bear with me.
Robo-Debt is when I started hating ScoMo. Ooh, we've got some deep lore here.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing.
So
I will just say before we get started, just to let you know, I was a victim of Robo-Debt. So I have some personal experience in this too. Yeah.
Same. Mm-hmm.
So many Aussies can attest to that, can't they? Fucking hell.
Yes. Oh, yes.
All right.
So, first and foremost, Robo-Debt was an adjustment to a system that was a part of our social safety net. So our social safety net in Australia is called Centrelink. At the time, it was the Department of Human Services. Now it's managed by Services Australia. They've changed their name.
It still is. So the way that they manage this, so just so that everyone's aware, Centrelink actually have their own legal code that manage them. So if you have an issue related to Centrelink, it won't fall under the jurisdiction of, say, contract law or like something else that sort of, they have their own legislation that guards the way they happen. And so things, for example, under Australian consumer law, if you are interacting with a company and they give you false information, you've got months to act upon that. If Centrelink give you false information, you've only got 3 weeks to act upon that under their legislation. They have very specific guidelines. So they're managed by the Department of Human Services under, the Department of Human Services under the, what's it called? There's like 3 different layers. So whenever you're dealing with the Department of Human Services, you could be dealing with the Department of Human Services on any number of fucking things, but because of the way that it operates, like what was it called? The next thing? So it's Department of Human Services, and it's the...
Services Australia.
Services Australia. So Department of Human Services employs Services Australia. It's and that they do it in such a way that there is no accountability. Mm-hmm. They can hang up on you, treat you like shit. They can have people like if you start acting upset on a call, they will hang up on you so that they don't have any liability if you say something like, this is so distressing, I'm going to end my life. They will hang up on you so they don't have to deal with the emotional distress that you might be about to do something drastic.
Yep.
Like, it's gotten to the point when I'm dealing with them because of all of this other shit that's happened, where I will have child support listening in on the other line because I'm marked as Indigenous as well with Centrelink, which is, again, when people say you're white, you don't know what it means to be Indigenous in this country. When I'm on the phone dealing with Centrelink, I absolutely fucking do, because they've got a little box there that tells them I'm Indigenous, which means they're allowed to treat me like shit. So because of that box, if I raise my voice or I say anything, I repeat a question. So the last time it happened, it was because I repeated a question. I said, I understand what you're saying, but you're not answering my question. My question is, like, how do I know that this has worked? Because the last time I called, you told me it worked, and now I'm calling again because it didn't work. So how do I know it's worked? What evidence do I have? Like, what do I have a receipt? Do I have an email? Like, what evidence do I have that this has worked? Because I've already been through this once. And that's when she hung up on me. And I was glad I had a witness, because she even said, she was like, why the fuck? And she said, when she looked at my file, she went, oh, you're marked on here as Indigenous. Are you Indigenous? And I said, yeah. And she went, oh. And I went, why? And she's like, well, that'll be why she hung up.
Wild that was admitted to you.
And I was like,
wild.
Please tell me this call's recorded. Please. Please. Oh, my fucking God. Because I restated the question. Yeah.
Yeah, at that point you literally say, I would like a copy of the recording of this call emailed to me.
Because she said, they said the reason that they hung up, the reason that she gave for hanging up was that I was being obstinate. I wasn't accepting the answer given because I'd restated the question. And so I was being obstinate and not accepting the answer given. And I was like, okay, it should say, not only am I Indigenous, but I'm also autistic. So hanging up on me because I'm asking for clarification in communication is not what the Department of Human Services should be doing. But there's a whole, anyway. I got a letter and phone call and said I had escalated further. By that point, I gave up. Now they claim I have no record of it. It was dragged out for years. Yeah. I had to pay back, I think it was only like $3,000 I had to pay back altogether that I shouldn't have had to pay back.
Yep.
And even when I was arguing with them and I was talking to them about it, because it was for, and then I had another thing happen this year where for the same time period, well, for 2021 to 2022, they've asked me to pay back childcare because they made a mistake with how much they charged me with childcare. Mm-hmm. And it's like 2025 and I'm getting this letter asking me to pay back money from 3 years ago. And I'm like, I have 3 weeks, but you're allowed to call me up again 3 years later? Like, what are you fucking talking about? Like this, and I argued it because I said this should have been settled in the 2022 tax year. Like, this all gets settled then. Why now 3 years later you coming back and you're saying, and they were like, well, do you have your records from that time to prove that it was settled? I'm like, yeah, I do. They're all here in my settling folder. Like, you emailed me to say it was settled. And they're like, well, we have new information. I'm like, what new information? What are you talking about? It's the organisation that I had the kids, what do you call the daycare centre, I think, like put new information in or something. And so they readjusted their books. And so they had to pay more money to the childcare centre. And so they're trying to recoup some of it from me, basically, is what's happened. I'm like, how is any of this on me? Yep. How is any of this on me? Like, no. That's what my debt came from. They said I wasn't entitled to the childcare subsidies. Yeah. Yep. They do. Anyway. So, yeah, dealing with Centrelink, anyway, for just a bit of background, and all this, most of this will probably be cut out of the edit. But, yeah, just for a bit of background, dealing with Centrelink, whenever anyone mentions Centrelink, everybody has got their own personal story of trauma, to the point that one of my most popular videos on YouTube at the moment is a video of me explaining to people how to get through the phone call system, because they've set it up in such a way that you can't get through unless you call like 6 times a day, every day for 3 days in a row.
Yep. Yep, that is exactly right. So, Oh, fuck, now I've lost where I was.
Oh, sorry, you were talking about Department of Human Services.
Yep, okay, cool.
That Centrelink is part of all
giving
the umbrella
background.
of Department of Human
That's
Services.
what I was doing.
Yeah.
That's
Sorry.
what I was doing. Okay.
I'll shut up
you're
now.
All right. You're good, mate. That was just a long diversion, and my brain got sidetracked.
I think it's because we've all got our own trauma. Like let's remember, we're all traumatized by Centrelink, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're Australian and you've ever been out of work, you've dealt with these bastards, and it's a motherfucker.
Even if you haven't, the first time I dealt with them was because I had a baby. I had to register my child's birth with them. That was the first time I dealt with them. And the first problem I ever had with them was them not registering my second child's birth because they kept saying it was done because my first child, they kept reading my first child's file of being done and didn't register that they were in 2 different years.
Yep.
They just kept going, yeah, we've already done that. I'm like, I have 2 children.
Yep.
You have to do it twice.
Yep. It's fucked, eh? All right. So the system in Australia, social support networks in Australia are stratified. There are different social support networks depending on what your life situation is. So you have what is currently called, I believe, New Start. I don't know. It changes its name all the goddamn time, which is essentially...
Is it not Job Seeker?
Job Seeker. Yeah, it used to be New Start. My apologies.
Yeah.
So it's called Job Seeker now, which, as the name suggests, is for people who are out of work and are seeking employment. This is a payment, or not, yep, but we'll get into that. Let's just give me a moment to set the fucking scene. Please, let's not do this again. God.
No, I'm just being very clear that the job seeker payment is because they want you to be seeking a job. It doesn't matter what you want.
Yes, I am going to get into that, I promise. Yeah. I'm just going through the base level shit first. So job seeker for people who are out of employment who are seeking employment, right? Then you've got your aged care benefit. Now, this is a benefit that's provided for people who are past the usual working age. You have got a student benefit, which is for people who are currently studying and either working low hours or no hours. While they study. These are payments that are designed or meant or pitched, more to the point, as being able to help you survive as a student and continue to engage within society while you learn the things that you need in order to be a contributing member to society. Please note all of this, for those who are listening rather than watching, there are heavy air quotes thunking into side of some of these things I'm saying. Finally, you also have disability support payments, or DSP. Now, Australia has a very weird system of judging what is disability and what isn't. For instance, I have a condition, bit of lore about Maddie here. I have a condition called rheumatoid arthritis, which is a degenerative illness in which my own white blood cells are attacking the cartilage of the major joints of my body. It primarily affects my hips, knees, and ankles, and means that I cannot stand for long periods of time without experiencing excruciating pain. Because this is a degenerative illness and is not manageable or controllable, it doesn't qualify for disability support. Somehow. So, because I cannot get disability, if I am out of work, I can only access Job Seeker. And it is set up this way on purpose.
I just want to point out, though,
yep, go ahead,
that my kid has a condition that is not degenerative. In fact, like, it is getting better through time because as they age and their muscles develop, it's getting easier to manage. they also don't qualify for disability support because they're not considered severe enough to need that support, despite the fact that we have to travel up. We have to drive 5 hours twice a year for these specialised medical appointments. I have to strap this kid and hold him down to do all these extra blood tests. I've got to take him out of school constantly for doctor's appointments and whatnot. But it's not severe enough that we need extra support, and therefore I'm expected to hold down. And I'm expected to hold down a full-time job while caring for this kid and taking him to these appointments. Well, because you're a mum, that's just what you've got to do.
Yep.
But their condition's not severe enough that we need extra support. But it is severe enough that I need to, like, literally take him to the hospital constantly.
Sorry, someone is starting something up outside my house, so I do apologise. Bear with me just a moment.
All good. This is literally a system, basically, that is designed and will do its best to make sure that it does not have to support people. It is set up in such a way, and every system that operates within it is done in such a way that it is trying to not support people. It's trying to get you to find some other way to manage, because you're not going to have a fun time dealing with their systems.
So it's going to take about 2 minutes until this bloke's done. So if there's anything you want to talk about now, go for it. I'm going to put myself on mute so that you guys don't have to listen to this, okay?
No, I was going to say, just keep going. And if I have to, we'll be able to edit around it. Don't stress too much.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, it's not that disruptive.
Okay. So yeah, that's basically in a nutshell, how the support system in Australia works, in that it doesn't. Now, the payments have also not kept up at all. Like, as it stands right now on JobSeeker, receiving rent assistance and energy assistance and things like that, you are looking at, per week, around $460 total, if you have no dependents.
Yeah.
The average rent anywhere within 100 kilometres of the CBD is $400 a week for the smallest shit box that you can find. If you require something larger because you actually have a family, you're looking in excess of $600 a week.
And if you want to go to a regional community, you're looking at $400 a week just starting. You can't find anything for less than that, regardless.
Yep.
You know, it's just it's not possible. It's just not fucking possible.
Yep. So that would leave you effectively with $65 a week for groceries,
everything,
power, fuel, toiletries, clothing,
insurances,
yada, yada, yada,
car
yada,
registration.
You know? So you can start to see just
Medicare co-payments.
Yeah. Yep, Medicare co-payments, which if you go to a private doctor can be anywhere from $20 to $45.
Even if you don't, like in a region, this is the problem right now we have.
Yeah,
you don't have the option in a regional community to not pay to go to a doctor. There are no fully bulk billed doctors.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I don't know what just happened to the light. Something's just gone funny with the light.
You're looking good now.
That?
Yep.
Or is that better?
Definitely not that last one. You're good there.
There?
That's good. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so now now that we've got the backstory on exactly what it is, now I can discuss how Robo-Debt came to be. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, since the late 1970s, the Australian Tax Office has used data matching systems to compare income data received from external sources, like employers, with income that is reported by the taxpayer in order to ensure taxation compliance. So basically what we say is compared with the data that our employee gives the ATO, and if it matches up, all good. If it doesn't, there's a discrepancy.
Yeah.
In 2001, Services Australia piloted a program that compared a customer's Centrelink income details with tax office data to identify any discrepancies in the information that Centrelink receives. Because if you work part-time, you have to report your weekly hours and your earnings to Centrelink, and any payment from Centrelink is then adjusted downwards.
Yeah. And if
to make up any shortfalls.
You can you do yearly reporting as well. Like you have to report your estimate for the year because there are other payments that they won't use your weekly reporting to balance. So it's very complicated as someone who does have to report weekly. And even if you don't work casual, I just want to let people know, even if you work full time, but you are on a support pension, so single parent payments, disability support, you still have to report every week. Mm-hmm. And and it's really frustrating because the hours don't always line up and you have to do this maths. And if it doesn't match up, then they come after you like you've tried to commit fraud.
Yeah, and if your pay cycle from your work is on a different cycle to what your reporting is, you then have to manually calculate how that is.
Yeah. But you have to give them your yearly estimated income anyway and then report weekly. And then you still get... And it's like, I am doing the best I fucking can here, guys. I'm not a tax accountant. I'm just a fucking person.
Yep, exactly. So, where there was a discrepancy, Services Australia would decide then if the customer had been overpaid and had a debt that needed to be recovered. The program, which was at the time known as the Income Matching System, or IMS, was fully rolled out in 2004. It identified roughly 300,000 possible discrepancies per year. Services Australia would identify and investigate roughly 20,000 of the highest risk discrepancies per year, but obviously were unable to investigate the remaining ones due to costs and resources involved in assigning people to manually investigate these and raise debts. The IMS continued from 2004, largely unchanged, until Robo-Debt was introduced in 2016.
Yeah.
So, I'm sure anybody who knows us and the content that we produce and what we talk about, you can see where this is going already. In April 2015, measures to create budgetary savings by increasing the pursuit of outstanding debts and the investigation of cases of fraud in the Australian welfare system were first flagged by the then Minister for Social Services, Scott Morrison, and the Minister for Human Services, Marise Payne, and formally announced by the Abbott government in the 2015 Australian federal budget. Mm-hmm. Initial estimates in the 2015 budget projected that the scheme would recoup $1.5 billion for the government. Now,
I want to point out that a lot of his policies and a lot of his attitudes towards shit like this comes from, and I don't give a shit how many people it annoys when I say this, it comes from his evangelical leanings.
Yep.
This is the behaviour. Yep. This is the behaviour of a God-toting, Bible-bashing nutfuck who thinks all of his success is because God's blessed him, and if you're suffering, it's because you fucking deserve it, and so he's going to punish you further. Fuck this fucking motherfucker. Fuck him all the way to fucking hell.
Absolutely. And the other thing that I want to point out is that $1.5 billion that the scheme is recouping is from people who are receiving government benefits.
Yeah.
So they are taking money
from people on pensions.
$1.5 billion from people who have it the worst in society.
Can we just call them pensioners? Because I feel like if we keep calling them pensioners, it might highlight that this is not... Because when people call welfare recipients, there's so many connotations with that. When you say pensioners, people have a different idea of what that means, I feel like. Agree. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Is that a quick temperature check of the chat? Do we feel like pensioners gives the right connotation?
I feel like it's a less loaded connotation
than
what welfare recipient or job seeker is, or the Murdoch press's favourite doll bludger.
Yeah, fuck them. I will never
Honestly,
use that fucking
Rupert
term.
Murdoch can eat my entire anus.
I want to. Oh, God almighty. I would love to smother that motherfucker with my ass cheeks.
Yep.
That would
No. He doesn't get it for free.
Povos, plebs.
It's how I feel most weeks, babe. It's how I feel most weeks. I feel you. So they were looking to recoup $1.5 billion from people on pension payments, rather than looking to businesses or mining companies or, the ultra-wealthy. And at the same time as this, let it be known, at the same time as this was happening, they were cooking up the stage 3 tax cuts that gave massive tax cuts to the top earners of the country. So at the very same time this was happening.
Please, someone clip that, and we need to put that. That's going to be our little. That is going to be. I'm going to put that right at the beginning for the start of the episode as well.
Okay, you know what? Let me phrase this properly so that you can get a good clip of it. All right.
Go.
So initial estimates in the 2015 budget projected that the Robo-Debt scheme would recoup $1.5 billion for the government from people who were receiving government pensions. So those of us in society who are earning the least. And instead of going for the top end of society, the businesses or the ultra wealthy, they targeted the poorest. And please keep in mind that at exactly the same time this was happening, they were cooking up stage 3 tax cuts that would give massive tax breaks to people in the highest tax brackets.
Which has been estimated to cost us in the billions over the next 7 years if they'd gone through with them as they were initially planned.
Correct.
So they were planning on spending the money that they were. This is literally taking from the rich to give, taking from the poor to give to the rich.
Yeah, they were looking at taking that money from the poor to give to the rich, and more on top of that.
Fucking assholes.
Okay, so now that we've got that little bumper recorded, let's go back to what we were doing. In 2015, the Department of Human Services conducted a 2-stage pilot of the Robo-Debt scheme, targeting debts of selected welfare recipients that were accrued between 2011 and 2013. Following the 2015 Liberal Party leadership spill, where Abbott got spilled and Turnbull took his place, and the 2016 Australian federal election, the Turnbull government then implemented an overhaul of the federal welfare budget in an effort to crack down on what they called Centrelink overpayments that were believed to have occurred between 2010 and 2013 under the Gillard government. So this is 5 years removed from the first of those payments, right? Which is a longer period of time than the ATO recommends you keep your paperwork for, because they say that after 5 years, anything that's happened, you won't need the information for. You can safely destroy it.
They say, technically it is 7 years by law. They can come after you for 7 years, but they say 5 because they're not going to bother going back any further than that. But that's the thing, is it's why the fuck is Centrelink going back that fucking far? Mm-hmm. Are you kidding? Not to mention, can I also just say that this is also a portion of the population who are less likely to own their home, which means they're more likely to be transient, especially in places like Western Australia where we still have no fault eviction.
Yep.
Which means that you could just be evicted because they want you out now. The lease is up. Goodbye. Off you go. So you've got a very transient community that, you're expecting them to keep these records through maybe 7 house moves during that time, for payments that are already well and truly spent on basics like survival, because these aren't people that have savings in the bank account.
Yep.
So what the
Absolutely.
Anyway. As you were.
On the 20th of September 2015, Malcolm Turnbull announced that Christian Porter would replace Scott Morrison as the Social Services Minister as part of his cabinet overhaul. Mm-hmm. In July of 2016, the manual system began to be replaced with the online compliance intervention, which is what it was initially called inside the government. Right? It was
so
never
this
called
is what
Robo-Debt.
became known as because Robo-Debt is the name.
Robo-Debt is the name that was given by the media.
Yeah. So, but this is Robo-Debt that we're talking about. When they automated this at this point, this is the beginning of the issues.
Correct.
Yeah.
So this online compliance intervention system was an automated data matching technique that had far less human oversight.
Yeah.
They said it was capable of identifying and issuing computer-generated debt notices to welfare recipients who had potentially been overpaid. The new system fully came online in September of 2016. So we are looking at debts that were accrued from 2010, and it wasn't until the final quarter of 2016 that this system came online and began scraping that data.
Hell.
So 6 years after it, because our
And as we've
financial
already
year
said-
ends at the 30th of June.
Yeah. And as we've already said, you've got 3 weeks to follow up on something with Centrelink if you think there's a discrepancy.
Correct. And going into that, during this time period, and quite frankly, every year since 2016, Centrelink has been incredibly understaffed to the point that they effectively only pick up 30% of calls that come into Centrelink. More than 2/3 of all calls made to Centrelink are dropped by the caller because it is so impossible to get in touch with anyone.
By design, yeah.
They make it
As Lily
so
was saying
difficult.
earlier, by design.
Yeah.
The less people who
exactly.
get through, the less staff they need to deal with your problems.
Correct. But they understaff it so that less people get through. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So, in December of 2016, the new Minister for Social Services, Christian Porter, publicly announced the implementation of this new automated debt recovery scheme, which the media colloquial named Robo-Debt. It was estimated, he said, of being capable of issuing debt notices at a rate of 20,000 a week.
Fuck off.
So previously, when it was manual, they could do 20,000 a year.
But they'll invest all this time and effort into chasing up people on pensions, but we're not going to go after the Fortune 5,500
Correct.
companies, the CEOs worth billions.
Correct.
Gina
We're
Reinhart
not-
couldn't possibly be expected to pay her tax debt.
Yep. We're not going to put a resource rent tax on so that we can build a national wealth fund like Norway has. We're not going to do anything. Yeah,
The
and
music
the
is audibly
Centrelink music.
painful.
The Centrelink
Oh,
music.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
my gosh,
is-
it is.
If you have ever been on welfare in Australia, they have a certain music
we're
that
gonna have to
Social
play it.
Services Australia plays.
Hang on a second.
And
We're going
it
to have
is-
to play it.
It is trauma-inducing.
It is. I'm going to just issue a warning that we're going to have to...
Yep,
We're going to have to play it, guys, just for a second.
yep.
You ready? Warning,
Just for our
anyone
foreign
click off if
friends.
you can't. You
Yep.
ready?
Just mute the tab if you can't deal with it.
Can we all hear that?
That is not what I hear.
Is it not?
No. They might play it at some point, but that is not at all what was in my brain.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This is, I was going to say, so hang on, I got to turn it off. One sec, let me go to the other page. So we're going to just skip forward and see if there's another one.
So does the way we manage our money. Get tips on budgeting, savings, dealing with debt, and
That
more
voice.
Oh my
at
God.
servicesaustralia.gov.au
Yeah,
/
exactly.
manage your money.
James!
This is what... Yep. This folksy bullshit. All right, we've got to stop it. Seriously.
Stop.
Stop it.
Stop.
Or I'm going to throw
Stop.
my fucking
Stop.
computer through a window.
Stop it. Enough. Okay, that's enough. We've demonstrated it.
Yep, that's enough. Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Yeah.
fucking Hulk out. Tear all of my
My
goddamn
favorite
clothes off.
thing My favorite thing was when I called them up, like bawling my eyes out, sobbing on the phone about something that it turns out that, yeah, they'd fucked up. And the guy was like, admitted it on the phone to me because I was so distraught by the time they finally picked up. He was like, no, we've got that sorted. I'm so sorry. Like, that was because I said to him, because he kept saying, I'm going to have to transfer you through to someone else. I'm like, don't transfer me through to someone else, please. Every time this happens, I disappear into the nether, and like, I just need someone to fix this. So it's like, okay. I'm going to get cut off today. I'll need to call Wednesday.
My worst experience with it was calling and being on hold for 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours I stayed on hold. Somebody answered. I explained what my situation was. I was as calm as I could possibly be.
Yeah.
As calm as I could possibly be. They transferred me. The call dropped. After 2.5 fucking hours and 2 minutes talking to a human being, the call dropped.
It happens every fucking time. This is why I was like, no, if you call the complaints line, the person who picks up won't have to transfer you. They will have the skills and experience to deal with whatever the issue is.
I was a half a second from getting in my car and just driving to where I know the fucking call centres are.
I've taken to just calling the complaints line when I had an issue with them, and it was so bad too. Like at one point, it was so good because it got so bad with them. I was on the complaints line, and the guy put me on hold so they could call my ex to deal with the other half of the situation they needed to deal with, because I was just like, I'm not getting off the phone till this is sorted. And he was like, yep, no worries. So he just put me on hold, called my ex, got the information he needed so that he could get it all sorted on the one spot. And I was like, why don't they do that all the time? And he's like, because they don't have the authority. They're not allowed to just call people. I am. I was like, I am never not calling you again.
Yep, that solves my problem.
Yeah, easy.
The average being 4 hours, Lily, would drive me wild.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
the lucky thing about being, I was going to say in WA, the reason that we are a little bit luckier over here with our hold times, which we are, to be honest, like as much as awful as it is because our offices are open later and the rest of the country is shut by then. See, in WA, we can call at 4 a.m. because your offices are open at that time, even though... Not 4 a.m. I think 6 a.m. we can call because your offices are open that early. You guys can't call at 10 p.m. even though our offices are still open at 8 p.m. WA time. Your phone lines won't connect. So we have it a little bit better over here for that reason.
Yeah, and for that reason only.
And for that reason only. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
continue.
By early January 2017, 6 months after the commencement of the automated debt recovery, it was announced that the scheme had issued 169,000 debt notices in half a year and recovered $300 million. Based on these figures, now recovered, by the way, just means that that's the amount that the debt notices were issued for. It doesn't mean that it was paid. It just means that's the amount the debt notice were issued for.
That's the amount people are trying to now scrounge together to chase up so they don't end up in prison.
Correct. Based on these figures, it was suggested by the government at the time that a similar automated debt recovery system would be applied to both the age pension and the disability pension in order to potentially recover a further $1 billion. Billion, with a B.
Or we could just tax Rio.
Yeah. Yep. The 2018 Australian federal budget indicated that the Robo-Debt data matching scheme would be extended into 2021 with the aim of recovering an additional $373 million from welfare recipients. Services Australia announced in September 2019... Let me just wait till that siren's done. Services Australia announced... He's done. He's done. Yeah. Services Australia announced in September 2019 that expenditure on the Robo-Debt program was $606 million, while it recouped $785. So realistically, they recouped about $179 million.
Again,
because
or
they
we
spent
could just tax Rio.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Let's even not just tax Rio. Let's just stop giving them subsidies for the fuel that they use on site. Let's just stop paying for their petrol.
Yep.
That'll recoup us about $1 billion. Stop with their fucking tax breaks.
Yep.
God, fuck off.
It
literally makes me sick. Honest to God, it literally makes me feel sick.
Yep.
Because it's not, you can picture the people who are literally making decisions about not buying their kids new school clothes for the new school year and letting their kids go to school with shoes that don't quite fit well enough because now they've got a fucking debt they have to pay to Centrelink.
I mean, and that's just common everyday shit for people who are on Centrelink. Well, those are the decisions that people are making all of the fucking time. Yeah,
but...
It became worse. 100%.
That's what I mean. Like, I am one of those people. This is my life. So it's not this is the thing, though, like sitting there and being like, you're sitting there, that's your life, and then you're getting that fucking letter in the mail that's now telling you, because the people that are the hardest hit by these things, time after time after time, are, like, again, we see it every single fucking time. FDV survivors, mums with young kids fleeing from FDV are more likely to become homeless, more likely to be on a pension, more likely to receive these sorts of death notices, more likely to, it's just again and again and again. And when you tell people that you've been homeless twice as a single mum, the first thing is, well, your kids should have been taken off of you. It's like, I was homeless because I was getting my kids out of a dangerous situation. Like, what?
Yep.
Why doesn't the system support these people? Why is it instead set up just to keep hurting them for the crime of being hurt?
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. God. Absolutely right. And like the biggest problem with the system is it's set up in order to keep people in poverty.
Yep.
It is set up because Australia as a country and all capitalist countries require an unemployed class.
Yeah.
In order
Requires a homeless class.
In order to artificially suppress wages of the working class.
Yep.
Because you could be replaced at any time. Don't ask for more. Don't ask for more of the profit that you make.
I had to yell at my friend recently because they were offered redundancy with work. They had the option to either take a pay cut and a step down in the role they were doing and take on a junior position, or take a redundancy payout. And they were so scared at the prospect of not being able to get another job that they were going to take the decreased position with decreased pay.
In fairness, I understand being scared at not being able to get another job. I thought I would be employed by now.
But again, same.
It's been months.
But this is the problem with the system, dude. It's been years. But this is the problem with the system, is it keeps you in this position. Like, and again, because of references, you have to be nice to your previous employer. You can't make a stink when you leave. You can't tell them what you really think because they'll bar you. I don't have another job in this area, mostly because of what my old employer did when I quit. Like, they made my life hell and dragged my name through the mud. Which, ironic since they were complaining about people doing that to them. But yeah, like the system is designed so that, but just think of that. Think of that though. You're employed to do a job and they make you so scared. Like, you hired me to do a role. You were paying me to do that role. That role was necessary. My role is necessary. And now you're going to make me so scared of ending up with nothing. Because that's what happens to people in the system. You do just end up like you and I sitting here unable to find employment a year later, a year and a half later, nearly 2 years later. And so it's like, well, I'll take a different job, reduced pay, reduced responsibility, totally different job than the one I'm qualified to do. It's fucking psychotic. It's fucking psychotic.
It is. It is.
Yep.
Similar with me, Lily. When my appendix ruptured, I went back to work with the Baxter pump still hanging out of my side.
Yep.
Because I was a casual.
Yep.
Even though I was working for the government in racing and wagering Western Australia, I was a casual employee. Yep. And I was not getting paid. So I went back to work with a pump still hanging out of me. Sucking fucking horrific shit out of my abdomen. So
I went to work with swine flu.
Oh boy. Don't we love how this country's set up? Isn't it great? Isn't it?
It was
so
so
much
good
fun?
too because I was so sick and my dad was like screaming at me, "Do not go to work. What the fuck is wrong with you?" My dad was like losing his shit, so mad at me, and I was like, "I have to. My boss has called and they're yelling at me to go to work because my boss was over east. They were just like, don't fucking care. That shop needs to be opened. Like, make it happen."
Yep. You know what you do at that point? Cough in a jar and send it to your boss.
Oh, I went in and I opened a store and I laid on the floor and like people complained to the head office about the sick woman laying in the store.
Yep. Yeah.
And
Fun,
then
isn't
the HR called me because then they said, well, you have to go get a sick note. And I went, okay. And I went and got a sick note. And they were like, well, the sick note doesn't cover the first 2 days. And I was like, because you made me go to work. I was at work.
Yeah.
Just pay me for those days. I was there.
Yep.
You made me go.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Sorry. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there's always
you're
a
right to
fucking
say it.
hammer above you. Absolutely.
100%.
Yep.
Okay, so let's see. Where are we? Yep, okay. So opponents of the Robo-Debt scheme said that errors in the system were leading to welfare recipients paying non-existent debts or debts that were substantially larger than what they were actually owed, while some welfare recipients had been required to make payments even while contesting their debt. So even though they were in the process of saying this debt is incorrect, the government was forcing them to make payments and in some cases garnishing any salary that they got in order to recoup that money while the debt was being contested.
Yep.
In some cases, the debts being pursued dated back further than the ATO tells Australians that they must retain their documentation. So the people who these debts were issued to, and this is what happened to me, didn't even have the documentation on hand to be able to go back and easily contest this. And obviously, if you aren't in the same job, it is very difficult to then contact your previous employer to get payment slips for 8 years ago.
You just reminded me of something. A court case recently settled with World Vision Australia for underpaying their employees for years, and I've got a payout from them. I have to submit my change of name certificate, though, to get it, because I've been married since then.
Oh, do it.
Oh, but this is the thing. This kind of shit happens all the fucking time in this country where people are just being underpaid constantly. But I just want to say, with Centrelink, they are still to this day allowed to do that. So if you have a Centrelink debt, they are allowed to garnish your wages without... Like, they don't have to even ask. They do it. Like, they literally are doing it to me right fucking now. And even while you're contesting it, they're still allowed to do it. And there's literally just like it literally doesn't fucking matter. It literally just does not fucking matter at all.
So the biggest criticisms that were of this system, right, were that the onus had gone from Centrelink to do their due diligence and investigate properly whether a debt was owed or not.
Yeah.
And the onus of proof was then put onto the individual receiving the debt notice to prove that they didn't owe the funds.
Which,
So
if you imagine...
we had to prove a negative.
Yeah. Which, if you imagine a humanist perspective on this, if you wanted to do this kind of automated process, then you would have to automate it in such a way that the minute someone argues a debt, it automatically gets wiped until you can prove that it stands. That becomes
Correct.
one. Okay, this person's arguing it. We wipe it until we can have someone actually investigate it.
Yeah, we pause anything. We pause any action on it. We put it off to the side, and it goes into a bin for manual review.
Yeah, and that's the way you can have.
That's the only humanist way to do it.
Yeah, have the automated system, but have anyone who questions it, it automatically gets paused and thrown in a bin where a human has to review it.
Yep.
And you say to the person, this debt recovery is on pause while we review it internally. You know you've got forever to do it once you've ticked it, it's in that bin. And you just hire people then whose job it is just to go through and check
those
them.
and review them. Yep, exactly. Now, this issue here about the onus now being on the people receiving the debt recovery notices comes back around to what I was saying earlier about how Centrelink has a history of only picking up 30% of the calls that come through to them.
Yeah.
So you receive a debt notice and you can wait on hold for hours and still have nobody pick up your call.
Yeah.
So this is where the problem becomes something that just enforces itself. It just snowballs and gets worse because they've now raised hundreds of thousands of debt notices.
Yep.
That people need to contest, but they can't because there's no way they can contest them.
And you think about the legal aid system as well, the amount of pressure that's already on that system for people seeking legal recourse. You can go to legal aid, like community legal centres will have someone generally who specialises in Centrelink law for exactly these kinds of cases. But you think about all of those cases coming through all at the same time to services that are already extremely limited. Like there's maybe 3 lawyers who specialise in Centrelink law in the fucking state. Suddenly getting hundreds of thousands of people with issues that they can't get through to Centrelink to query, and they need help immediately because if they don't query it within 3 weeks, they're fucked. They don't have any recourse. Like
Exactly.
Fucking hell.
And it just creates the system because it can pump out 20,000 a week.
A week.
You know, and in 6 months had done 170,000 of them. You know, it creates this system where there's this overflow knock-on of everybody's phones being jammed because everyone's trying to sort this bullshit out.
Yeah.
So, after the Turnbull government had implemented the Robo-Debt scheme, many of the recipients of the debt notices filed complaints with the Commonwealth Ombudsman.
Yeah.
This led to the agency investigating the scheme, and they delivered their final report of recommendations in April of 2017. The Ombudsman recommended that the Department of Human Services should reassess any debts that were raised by the scheme, improve the clarity of debt notices to give customers better information, because the debt notices, by the way, came through and said it has been assessed that you owe X amount of dollars due to overpaid Department of Human Services welfare. If you believe this notice is in error, contact X. It didn't give you any details. It didn't give you the date of when that supposedly happened. It didn't give you any further information, just the amount. And if you want to contest, call these people. It gave you
now
nothing
they have to
else.
tell you what the payment was, that it was overpaid, and the dates that it was overpayment was. That's the only thing that's changed. But yeah, they didn't used to have to even put that on there.
Yep,
it was just an amount, and call us.
Yep. Yeah, good luck getting through.
Imagine if you could just randomly send invoices out to people and say, give me money, thanks.
I might start doing it. Just make up a really official, like, letterhead.
Yeah.
And just start emailing it out. Like, see how many finance departments are actually on their shit.
I was going to say, I think that's how the what's his name, the Armenian prince got his start.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's definitely fraud, but it's only fraud when somebody reports that it's happened.
Yeah. Where was that prince from? Ethiopia.
If I make it for small enough amounts, Nigeria. Nigerian prince scam.
Nigerian prince. I knew it was racist. Yeah. I knew it was racist. I just wasn't sure which country we're being racist about.
Yeah. Amusingly now, most of those scams actually occur out of Nigeria. That's the amusing part of it. Like, initially it started as I am a Nigerian prince because what's white boy going to know about Nigeria? Maybe it's true. But now, amusingly, that's where most of them originate from. So the other recommendations were that the Department of Human Services were to inform customers that their ATO income will be averaged across the relevant period if they do not enter income information. So it's going to average it out. So say you work for 1 year on a 6-figure wage, and then you're unemployed for a year because of injury or sickness, and then you pick up casual work as you re-enter the workforce, and you're on 30 grand. Over that 3-year period, you have made $150,000. They average that over 3 years. You've earned $50,000 a year. During that year where you were sick and you were receiving Centrelink benefits, you should not have been receiving them because allegedly you earned $50,000 that year.
And what happened to me during this period is you've been off of work for 6 months, but then you were at work for 6 months.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why were we paying you all of that money when you were off work for 6 months? You've got to give us all that money back. Oh, you had a baby? You don't fucking care. You owe us a debt now. We don't care that we were literally paying you
Yep.
parental leave payments to stay home with a baby. You then went back to work and earned X amount of money.
Participated in capitalism.
How dare you go back to work after 6 months off with a baby?
Yep.
God almighty. And
Absolutely.
It was from August. I left in July because I had the baby in August and then went back to work just before the end of the tax year. And so it averaged out my income and I had to report my income weekly when I went back to work, but they still averaged my income out over the whole year and said that they shouldn't have had to pay me.
Absolutely. It's scummy shit.
This is what got me. Yes.
Yep. Same.
Have babies to stimulate the economy, but then give us fuck you for having a kid.
Oh, I didn't have a baby. I gave birth to a ruptured appendix.
Yeah. But again, then when I had my second baby, they kept saying we've already processed that you've had a baby, and I'm like, I've had 2 of them. Like, what is wrong with you people?
So much.
They hate women. And that was the same year that they released a tax, budget, that made no difference for women who were earning between $40,000 and $80,000 a fucking year. And I was earning $60,000 a year at the time.
Yep. Yep.
And I went, fuck off! I'm not working for this. Because then I worked out I was ending up at $38 a week ahead for working versus if I quit and stayed home with the kids.
Yep. Yep. The other things that they were told.
So
no, that's all right. That's all right. I do apologise. I do apologise. I knew this episode would be a tough one.
Well, we lived through this. So many of us lived through this. It's not.
Yeah, and so many of us were affected by it.
Yeah, yeah.
Or knew somebody who was affected by it.
And it really, for a lot of us as well, was the first experience with neoliberal politics on a personal level.
Yep.
On an individual level, how it affected us.
Absolutely.
It was an awakening for a lot of people who before that had not had the system negatively impact them, really. It was an abstract thing.
Yeah. So Lily has said, this is what got me. Then I wasn't entitled to my childcare subsidy, so I got a double whammy, 15 grand worth of fuck you, while also paying back 60,000 from my ex stealing my identity. Holy fuck, mate. That's horse shit.
Yeah.
That's really horse shit. I'm so sorry you went through that.
Yeah.
Like, here was me feeling sorry for myself for 2.5 grand. For fuck's sake, you're looking at 75k down the gullet. Jesus.
Well, I was going to say, this was during the time we had to consolidate all of our debt because Adam's ex was very angry when we got together and got pregnant. Took out all this money, cash advances on all these credit cards that she'd taken out in his name. That there's about 20 grand's worth that we weren't able to get expunged. So we had all of that. So when we first got together, to go from where we started to where we are now, we started with so much debt, so many issues that weren't on me, let's just say. Like this, I inherited a lot of this shit. Inherited a lot of this fucking shit. But even I was talking to my kids the other night about how I had to start paying rent when I started work at 15. They were like, why?
Yep. Yep. Big same. It's so that you learn the value of the money that you're earning.
Well, for me, it was just because we didn't have any fucking money. And so if I didn't help out, we didn't have the lights on.
Yeah. Oh, look, I'm sure it was the same for me as well. But that's what I was told. So
that is one thing I will give my parents credit for is they sent me down the road to get milk and I lost $20. I knew that I could not go home without that $20 because we didn't have any other money. So I was very well aware of what money was worth from a very young age because I knew we didn't have any.
Yeah, because they didn't hide it from you.
Yeah. But I also knew the people around me didn't have any either. That's why we didn't call the cops when people broke in and stole shit because they didn't have any money either. They were just like us trying to survive. They were just doing it a different way to what we were. But yeah, I knew from the time I was really young that we had no money at all, which is why I got so pissed off at my sisters later when we did have money, because I was in high school, but my sister was 10 years younger than me. So for her, she didn't know what it was like to go down to the shops with $20 and be too scared to go home because it was the only money we had.
Yep.
She didn't know what it was like, for example, to have to catch the bus home half the week because I could catch the bus to school, but I couldn't also catch it home because I didn't have enough money to catch it home in the afternoon. So if I caught it home, it's like Monday, Tuesday, I'd get lazy and I'd catch it home. I'd have to walk to and from school the rest of the week because I'd used up all my bus money for the week.
Yep.
Because it was $1.30 to catch the bus each way.
Yup.
I didn't and still don't. But you own your own home. And this is the thing, when you've had so much insecurity throughout your own whole life, and this is why it was such a big deal for me buying this house, even though inherently, politically, I'm against private property. Because when you haven't had anything that looks like security your whole life, you will give up anything for security. So I put up with living in a tent, for the sake of, which is why I think we've got such a great community here, is because everyone knows what it's like
to be insecure.
To have nothing and to be insecure and what that security means. And understanding how important that is to people. Because I had a friend who was being a bit of a cunt one day and was sort of bitching to another friend about the fact that I'm all isolated, but it's my fault that I'm isolated because of where I live. And my other friend was like, okay, but do you have any idea why she's chosen to live there? Do you understand what's led to that decision? Because being homeless has a pretty traumatizing effect on a person. If you had been homeless with 2 children living in a tent, you might also choose to move 5 hours away from your support services in order to put a stable roof over their head and know. Because when I got this house, when I bought it, my mortgage broker and we sat down and I said to him, I want to know that the interest rate can double and I will still be able to pay my mortgage. Like I did not, and that's why even with the interest rates going up, I've been fine because I knew going into this how much of a cushion I would need and because it did fucking traumatize me, but it traumatized me in a way that I refuse to see it as a bad thing because it is going to protect my children from never being in that same position in their entire fucking lives. Ever. But it did fucking traumatize me. And to have people not understand why, like to have people not be willing to understand what that trauma does to you is more isolating, I think, than living far away from people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
Yeah.
100%. Like having people not be able to grasp the reality of your situation.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're surrounded by people, you are alone as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I totally get what you mean. Totally.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure almost everybody in chat will be able to understand that as well.
Well,
because we've got a group of people here who totally get this shit.
100%. Oh, I don't even have a hope that I'll be able to reg again. But like I was saying to Callie the other day, you won't need to because in 2 years we're going to have the commune and then we're all going to have stable housing because that's what it's all about. It's about the number one thing being stable housing. If we can get that, then we will be able to flourish and we'll be able to help others flourish and we will have the supports that we need to. It is such a fucking traumatizing thing not having stable housing. I can't even explain what has happened to my brain in the last 2 years since owning this home.
Yeah.
I can't even begin to explain the change that it has made.
I would... This is going to sound so fucking sad. I would like to experience the stability of living in a home that is owned at least once before I die.
Yeah.
Because I am approaching 40. And I have never had that experience.
And it is
I've never lived in a place that is owned by my family, by me, whatever the case may be.
Don't tell me I'll cry. Belle and I were sort of talking about this. Yeah. And because exactly like you were saying, Maddie, we've got a community full of people who exactly understand that feeling, that exact feeling of what it takes to, and the difference it means to, because you're not doing it so much for yourself. And that's why it's so much more than me and why I want to do it for the community, because it's not about doing it for me. I know I could live in a tent forever if I had to. I know I could go out bush right now and live in a tent and be fine.
Yep.
Because I've done that. Like,
Yep.
I can survive that. I don't want my kids to have to survive that. I don't want the community to have to survive that. I don't want other people to have to survive that. Like,
Yep.
and that's where I think individualism goes wrong. Just because an individual can doesn't mean they should have to, and doesn't mean every individual can.
Yeah.
I am an individual who would flourish if you left me alone in a cave in the bush. Like,
Yep. Whereas me, I can't handle that shit, man. I can't handle it.
and that's why we need community, so that
I
people
need
can
people.
get what
Look
they
at
need.
me, for fuck's sake. I am the most people person you've ever met in your goddamn life. Like, if I don't have people, as Amy just said, I will become the most unhinged fuck you've ever seen in your entire life. I will never be domesticated again.
Yeah.
Like, even when I was living out of my car, I made sure that I was living on streets of heavily populated suburbs. I would just move around every night because at least I still felt like I was around people.
Yeah.
I wasn't by myself, because I know 100% as true as I sit here that if I was that isolated, I would become everyone's fucking problem.
See, I love the idea of not being bothered, okay? And again, this comes back from being Indigenous and being monitored and having police monitoring from a young age and being aware of the police monitoring you from a young age. Being seen and being noted, is a danger. And so being not seen and not noticed is safer.
Fuck, it's funny, hey? It's such a dichotomy for me because I vibe with that really heavy, but at the same time, I know my brain. And it's exactly what Amy just said. Myself as company for myself is a nightmare.
Would be a nightmare. Yeah.
That's exactly
her not caring if I make a mistake. Yeah. And I think this is the thing as well for me, when I got my own house and it was suddenly my space and my house, and there's no worry about the kids staining the carpet. I don't have to, because half of the problem that I had with parenting was trying to control what I already intrinsically knew was uncontrollable. Trying to control the uncontrollable as a parent is like, I don't want to parent the personality out of my children.
Right.
What the fuck?
Yes.
Like, it's ridiculous.
Okay, so here's... yeah, Amy, absolutely. We encourage the worst in each other 100%. The thing... So this is... time for a little admission, right?
Okay.
Ever since the idea of potentially owning my own home came into my brain, the thing that I have wanted to do more than anything else is to have a nice long corridor coming off the front door.
Yeah.
Right? And for that entire corridor to be painted with blackboard paint.
Yeah.
And then at the door, there are giant pieces of chalk that everybody who visits the house picks up a piece and leaves their fucking mark on the wall.
Yeah.
And that way, every person who's come through my door, everybody of significance who's been a part of my life, has left a mark on the walls. And it is a constant reminder. And that is something that has been in my brain the entire time that I've ever
pots
decided.
And paintbrushes there. No brushing off then.
Absolutely.
You know,
spray cans, fucking whatever,
cans.
Like, I want that entrance hallway to be a literal memory lane.
Yeah. And also, like just a really great metaphor for what the rest of the house is. It sets the tone for the rest of the environment. This is a place where everyone's welcome and so is their mess. You're welcome to leave your mark here. You're not... I can't wait to paint that for you. Yeah, you're getting dick drawings from me. Perfect.
Good shit.
But this is why the
Good
commune...
Shit. Just make sure you sign your name on them too.
Yeah. Everyone having a big communal space where we can all come together and share, but having our own independent houses we can go and escape back to is so important because we need that balance. And for me... individual space I can go back and escape to is very important. Very important for me.
Yeah, I still need to be able to hide away for a bit. You know, but I need to know that the option of socialization is right there.
Yeah. And the thing is too, like, it's so funny. When Belle was here, it was so funny because my spot where I hide is the couch right in the middle of the house, because the kids will still be doing their stuff around me and they know where I am. They can come and get me whenever they want to. But when I'm on the couch, I'm sitting there and I'm reading, and they know that I'm vibing in my own world. I'm not there to, like, they can come up and chat and find me if they need me. I'm not in my room with the door shut, because they know not to interrupt me when I'm in there with my door shut. But it's like, Mum wants quiet time. She's on the couch when she wants quiet time.
Yeah.
And so Belle would be like, if you want some quiet time, why don't you just go in the room and shut the door? I'm like, no, this is where I do my quiet time. And it was about 4 or 5. I think by the time the last day she was here, she said, this is where you have your quiet time, isn't it? I was like, yes. And she was like, okay. See, in my house, I go into my room for my quiet time. I was like, yeah, no, I need to still be here where the kids are, because I need to still know where they are and keep my, like, they're still young. Like, I still need to be able to keep my finger on the pulse and know where they
still
are.
Wings. Like,
yeah. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Let's knock off the rest of this, and then we can continue talking about everything else. It is so lovely having these conversations and knowing that we're not alone in the things that we go through, and that these are understandable concepts for everybody in this community.
Yeah.
But
we do have to get on the
need
episode.
To get a cohesive episode.
The editor is going to be so pissed off at me and all my rambling.
Yeah.
Our editor is going to be so annoyed at me.
Yeah, just so you know, when you get into editing mode, it's going to be you're punishing, not me. I've been really trying to keep this on track. You're going to fucking hate yourself when you come back to this point. And at this point right now, you're going to be like, you're damn right, Maddie.
I'm going to put a little insert of my editing self now.
Yes, absolutely. Or just a note that pops up on screen like,
yeah,
they were right.
No, I do my little insert, my editing inserts. Haven't you seen my edit? Do you not watch our episodes, Maddie?
I do.
No, you don't, because you haven't seen how I do my editing inserts.
Occasionally.
Lily,
I do
you
need
know
to
how
go
I
back
do.
and watch through everything.
Lily messaged me to give me props on my little editing inserts because of how good my editing was. Just saying. That's how good my little... Just saying.
I will, I promise you, I will go through and watch everything. I promise you.
I'm pitching a pod where we can talk about it. We need to film this pod, Amy. I've got the name for it. I've got the artwork started. I've got the layout and everything for it. I've got the editing style. We just have to get together and film the fucker.
Got the artwork started and haven't even contacted
I'm
me
a little
yet.
sucker.
All right, so let's jump back. Where the fuck were we? Oh,
it's
yes.
Okay, Maddie. I know you can do anything. I just send it to you and you'll do it. It's fine.
So the recommendations that came from the Ombudsman, the last 2 recommendations were that the DHS was to notify welfare recipients that debts that were based on an averaged ATO income may be less accurate, so to prompt people that this may be an inaccurate debt. And then to also offer help to welfare recipients in order to gather evidence with which to effectively respond to debt notices, because previously they weren't doing that. The Ombudsman also recommended that before expanding the scheme, DHS should undertake a comprehensive evaluation of the scheme in its current form and consider how to mitigate the risk of possible over-recovery of debts. Then came a Senate committee inquiry that began in 2017. The inquiry had a number of findings and made recommendations. It included that a lack of procedural fairness is evidence in every stage of the Robo-Debt program. The program should be put on hold until all procedural fairness flaws are addressed. That the Robo-Debt scheme disempowers people, causes emotional trauma, stress and shame. That the Department of Human Services has a fundamental conflict of interest. The harder it is for people to navigate the system and prove their correct income data, the more money the department recoups. And that the Department of Human Services should resume full responsibility for calculating verifiable debts, including manual checking, relating to income support overpayments, which are based on actual fortnightly earnings and not an assumed average, then provide those issued debt notices with the debt calculation data required to be sure that any of them are correct. Now, none of those recommendations were taken. Not one.
No, of course not.
Because in February of 2019, Legal Aid Victoria announced a federal court challenge to the scheme's calculations used to estimate debt. So 2 years later.
Yeah.
They stated that the calculations assumed that people are working regular full-time hours when they calculate income. In November of 2019, the federal government agreed to the orders by the Federal Court of Australia in Amato versus the Commonwealth that the averaging process using ATO income data to calculate debts was actually unlawful, and announced that it would no longer raise debts without first gathering evidence such as pay slips to prove a person had underreported their earnings to Centrelink. In September of 2019, Gordon Legal announced their intention of filing a class action suit challenging the legal foundations of the Robo-Debt system. On the 16th of November 2020, the day before the trial was due to begin, the Australian government announced that it had struck a deal with Gordon Legal to settle out of court. Because of course they did. They didn't want this coming up in court because then the information is publicly available. The deal saw 400,000 victims of Robo-Debt share in an additional $112 million compensation, on top of the additional 470,000 robo-debts, totalling around $720 million, that the Commonwealth Government had already agreed to refund or cease pursuing.
So this cost them a whole fuck ton of money.
Oh, yeah.
With all the money they recovered, it just cost them...
Which they didn't really recover that much money.
No.
Because it cost them $606 million to do.
Yeah. To set up the system.
Yeah.
And then they didn't even recover all that money. And even what they estimated they were going to recover, they ended up paying more than that in legal costs. Like,
correct.
From start to finish, this was just a clusterfuck.
Yep. And I am getting to that point, Lily. I have not forgotten. Believe me, I am getting to that point.
No, we all know where this leads, so trigger warning. But we don't want to. I didn't want to jump ahead because obviously there is some serious legal issues coming up from this as well.
Correct.
I'm just going to go grab a drink quickly while we're having a little pause.
No
Not
worries.
that it's a pause. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do apologise, guys. Part of this job is that we do go through some pretty hairy situations in Australian history. And they're not always fun to talk about. As a matter of fact, they rarely are. Sometimes we get a really fun one like the Night of the Long Prawn, which is ridiculous and silly and fun. But a lot of the time we're dealing with things like this. So I do apologise. It's not necessarily the greatest thing to listen to start your Monday. And of course there are the relevant trigger warnings coming up, because anybody who knows this knows that these situations did lead to some people who received debt notices taking their lives, and others suffering greatly due to it. So yeah, apologies for the content that is going to come further down the line. But this is one of those things that unfortunately does need to be discussed, because the Australian government, as Amy says, with Scott Morrison in every part of it, kind of fucked this one. Now, there was one other thing here that I wanted to discuss.
I had to send my housemate a message and let them know I was stealing their drink, because that's what polite housemates do.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree.
Yeah. I mean, a more polite housemate would just not steal the drink, but I don't have that in me.
Yeah, no. You ain't got that sort of thing. You've still got the dog in you.
Yeah. I'll own it. See, this is what I say all the time to people. I'm like, I am straight up. You can be straight up with me too, because I am straight up. I will straight up tell you I'm stealing your shit. Like,
yeah.
I don't need to be sneaky. I own my shit.
Oh, shit.
The good thing is that they already have to go to the shops to get the stuff for dinner tonight, because I agreed to cook if they went to the shops. So
Nice. Speaking of cooking, I still have to cook. All right. Let's go.
Let's go.
So on the 29th of May 2020, Stuart Robert, who was now the Minister for Government Services, announced that the Robo-Debt recovery scheme was to be scrapped by the government, with 470,000 wrongly issued debts to be repaid in full.
Yep.
Initially, the total sum of the repayments was estimated at $721 million. However, in November 2020, this figure expanded to $1.2 billion after the Australian government settled that class action suit with Gordon Legal. On the 31st of May 2020, Attorney General Christian Porter, who was the Minister for Social Services when the Robo-Debt system was first implemented, and who had previously defended the scheme, conceded that the use of average income data to calculate welfare overpayments was unlawful, stating that there was no lawful basis for it.
Which they'd been notified during.
Yeah, which they had legal advice. I will get to that, I promise.
Yeah.
After weeks of criticism from the opposition, in June of 2020, Prime Minister Scott Morrison, in a response to a question from opposition concerning a particular victim of the scheme, stated in Parliament that, and this riles me the fuck up, so I'll try and keep my voice even. Stated in Parliament that I would apologise for any hurt or harm in the way the government has dealt with that issue and to anyone else who has found themselves in those situations.
I would.
End quote. Yep.
I would.
So, I would apologise for any hurt or harm in the way that the government has dealt with that issue and to anyone else who has found themselves in those situations. It is the exact same way that the media, if you pay attention, it is the exact same way that the media smoke screens the massacre of children in Palestine.
Yep.
A child was shot. Who by? Who did it? Who did it?
Just because someone already made the comment up earlier.
For people who found themselves in those situations. Who put them in those situations? They didn't find themselves there. They were put there. Who did it?
It's very, like neutral language. Someone pointed out earlier, like, I love Luigi. This is what we're talking about when we say the violence in the system. Like, the system is already inherently violent. People who say that we shouldn't use violence or that violence isn't the answer are ignoring the violence that already exists and is inherent within the system.
Yep.
This is what we're talking about.
Come see the violence inherent within the system.
Yeah, exactly.
To quote a Monty Python movie from 50 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
But, like, the only thing the system understands is violence.
Yeah.
It's the only thing it understands.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
People are already dying. Something guillotine.
Correct.
French solution.
Something extreme
Tim's not
haircuts.
even here, and there's a French solution being mentioned.
Yep. So, as of the 31st of July 2020, it was announced that $224 million had been repaid to more than 145,000 welfare recipients. On the 11th of June 2021, the federal court approved a $1.872 billion settlement incorporating the repayment of $751 million, wiping all remaining debts, and the legal costs that ran $8.4 million. In ruling against the scheme, Justice Bernard Murphy described it as a shameful chapter in the administration of the Commonwealth and a massive failure of public administration. The federal treasurer, Josh Frydenberg, the fuckstick, said the government accepted the settlement but distanced himself from the suicides and mental health issues surrounding the administration of the scheme. Services Australia has stated they will commence repayments in 2022 to people who have overpaid according to debt recalculations. In October 2022, the Albanese government effectively forgave the debts of 197,000 people who were still under review. So, during the Senate committee inquiry, in a July 2020 hearing, Catherine Campbell, who was the former head of Services Australia, denied that the scheme had led to welfare recipients killing themselves after receiving debt notices, despite written allegations from Centrelink staff and family members of the welfare recipients who took their own lives.
My God.
Yeah, I have a direct quote here from her. Bear with me a second.
And I'm going to flip this around because this is hurting my ear.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to have it like not actually on my ear, but only this headphone works. So I actually have to have it on my ear. But it's hurting this ear. So anyway, continue.
So I had a direct quote from her somewhere, but I can't find the fucking thing. God damn it. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
No, can't find it. But basically, she, during a parliamentary, during the inquiry, it was brought up that the Robo-Debt scheme indiscriminately targeted some of Australia's most vulnerable people, which caused significant and widespread harm to both psychological and financial well-being. That the use of technology by the government must be supported by appropriate safeguards. And that they had not applied necessary rigour to ensure that people were treated fairly. When it was brought up, the letters from Centrelink's staff, she said that she vigorously denied any allegation that the suicides were linked to Robo-Debt, because there is no way to know, I found the quote, there is no way to know what else is going on in someone's life. So, yes.
But do you know what we do know without a shadow of a doubt?
That they received a fucking debt notice.
And I'll put the figures in here as well. We also know that financial stress is one of the leading causes of suicidal ideation.
Yep.
So
Absolutely
what we do
right.
know is these people got a debt notice, and financial stress is a leading cause of suicidal ideation.
Yep.
Like, fuck off with that fucking bullshit. Not on me bullshit. Fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wanted to ask a quick question just because earlier Amy said that next time we go off topic, they'll let us know what they're cooking for dinner. And then the next thing they said was baguettes. Does that mean you're cooking baguettes for dinner?
Nice.
Or was the baguettes in relation to the French solution?
Ah, yes. That's probably it.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But I was...
Need to find out, though.
Yeah, all I learnt was always leave a note and specify that it's the government's fucking fault. Yep.
Absolutely.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yep. Be very clear. Like, if that's the situation, be very clear.
Yeah. The second option. Yeah.
But in fairness, at the time, you're not necessarily thinking of that. I know that I haven't.
No, that's true.
So, coming up to the final parts here. So, in June of 2020, a royal commission was called into it. The Greens spearheaded it, Labor picked it up. Called for a royal commission into Robo-Debt to determine those responsible for the scheme and its impact on Australians. The calls were reiterated by university academics and by ACOS, which stated that although some restitution has been delivered to victims of Robo-Debt, they have not received justice. In May 2022, the sixth and final report from the Second Senate inquiry into the scheme recommended a royal commission to completely understand how the failures of the income compliance program came to pass and why they were allowed to continue for so long despite the dire impacts on the people issued with debts. There was a $30 million budget in the election costings in 2022 for the Royal Commission into Robo-Debt. And following the win, Albanese announced that the Royal Commission, with letters patent issued on the 25th of August 2022, was chaired by former Queensland Supreme Court Justice Catherine Holmes and was expected to conclude on the 18th of April 23. It was extended twice, first until the 30th of June, then the 7th of July. In November of 2022, it was disclosed that legal advice before the scheme started was that it didn't comply with legislation.
Yeah.
So before Robo-Debt started, legal advice was that it wasn't compliant with legislation.
Which makes sense why they settled out of court, because holy fuck.
Yep. The commissioner, Catherine Holmes, asked DSS lawyer Anne Pulford, you get an advice in draft and it's not favourable, you just leave it that way? And Pulford responded, yes, Commissioner. The final report on the Royal Commission was released on the 7th of July 23, along with 57 recommendations. A sealed section referred several unnamed individuals for further investigation or action to 4 separate bodies. Catherine Campbell, then working on the AUKUS program at the Department of Defence, was suspended without pay from her role on the 20th of July. She resigned from the Department of Defence effective 21st of July 2023, the very next day. Colleen Taylor, a former employee of the department, received a 2024 King's Birthday honour for her efforts to expose the scheme. Taylor had tried to raise concerns internally in 2017 and had testified at the Royal Commission, which is amusing that she got a King's honour, whereas other people who have blown the whistle have wound up in jail.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that made the Australian Armed Forces look bad, not the opposition party.
Yeah, 2 guys in jail right now for blowing the whistle on the Australian Armed Forces breaching human rights overseas.
Yep.
But yeah. No.
Yep. In June 2024, so just last year, 6 months ago, the National Anti-Corruption Commission, the NACC, decided not to pursue investigations of 6 individuals referred to it by the Royal Commission. They stated that they were unlikely to obtain new evidence and noted that 5 out of the 6 were already under investigation by the Australian Public Service Commission. A former New South Wales Supreme Court judge, Anthony Wheatley, stated that the NACC's refusal to investigate the individuals meant that it had betrayed its core obligation and failed to carry out its primary statutory duty.
Yeah. Can we just say that the NACC is not an ICAC already? Like, it's fucking useless.
It's a paper tiger,
useless.
Useless piece of shit designed to mollify the public who are demanding more transparency in politics. Their decision not to pursue the investigations received over 1,200 complaints, sparking an independent inquiry into the decision by the inspector of the NACC. Miss Gal Furness SC. The inspector obtained documents relating to the decision and requested submissions from the NACC by October. The inspector found that Commissioner Paul Brereton had a perceived conflict of interest due to a close association with one of the individuals involved and should have recused himself from the decision. The NACC appointed an independent person to reconsider the decision not to investigate. In September of 2024, the Australian Public Service Commission announced that its investigation into the individuals had concluded, leading to several fines and demotions, but no individuals were fired from their role. Following the findings of public service misconduct, lawyers representing the class action announced they would appeal their previous $1.8 billion settlement, seeking further compensation for the extra breaches that were uncovered.
I'm just going to insert this in. I'm going to go back and say this so I can insert this in later because this was just so fucking funny. So what we have is we now have an investigation into the guys who were investigating the guys who covered up Robo-Debt after a court had investigated and found that they should be investigated.
Yeah. And in total, the Australian government wound up spending $606 million setting up Robo-Debt, $1.78 billion paying restitution, wiping raised debts, etc., etc., $30 million on legal fees and $30 million on a royal commission. As Juzzy said, we have all of this money to spend on setting up a scheme, raising debts, paying them back, paying settlements, paying legal fees, paying royal commissions, but no money to increase the payments to the poorest people in the country. So, yeah, that's certainly a thing that happened. Now, there were 2 people who were brought up in the Senate hearings as having been directly, as their suicide having been directly linked to Robo-Debt.
So
and an
trigger warning
estimated
for this part of the
6 more.
episode.
Yeah. I apologise, guys. Content warning. I did mention earlier that we'd be getting into it, but now that we're actually getting into it,
when I edit, I'll make sure I'll
warning.
put timestamps and stuff on for people as
Please
well.
and thanks.
So, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's 2 people who were brought up during the actual Senate hearings and an estimated 6 more families that were impacted by suicides directly correlated to Robo-Debt. There are also many, many other people for whom having a debt levied against them by the Australian government has made their life circumstances worse.
Yeah.
Because when you owe a debt, especially one to the government, it is flagged any time you try to do anything financial.
Yeah.
So if you needed a credit card for a reason, if you were trying to get a home loan at the time, the debt that was raised against you was a massive black mark.
Yeah.
You didn't... if you had a debt raised against you, you did not have any ability because they were forcing you to pay it back.
Yeah.
You did not have the food available for it.
I'm sorry, but this comment by Juzzy is just fucking perfect. I'm sorry, Jack and Jill. We don't have money for food today because John took Chris to court about Scott's process that cost millions to help Marcus dodge the costs Melanie failed to process in Angus's desire to Sheriff of Nottingham the satchel.
Holy shit. We can just cut this entire episode down to you reading that comment and me saying the word Robo-Debt before it.
Yeah.
And then we can do our sign off. And that'll do just fine. Fuck me. Couldn't have put it better myself, Jazz. Bravo,
Fucking
mate.
hell.
That's impeccable.
Yeah. I'm hoping that someone got me food. I'm hoping... Was there food bought for me by any chance?
Yeah.
Oh, delicious. Wrap it up, guys.
Yeah, right. That's
Do we have to wrap it up?
Our job's done for us.
I thought you were... I was going to say, are you enjoying... I know you're talking about that, but is this because you're trying to get rid of us? Is this why we're all like, all right, done, dusted?
What happened?
What gives?
I thought we had something going, really. Why are you telling us to finish the stream? Damn.
Yeah. I'm gonna do another come before the kids come in here.
Oh, don't even.
Oh no, never.
No, we're playing. We know you love us.
How's your day been?
Sorry, I'm just having a look through my notes here, guys. I won't be a moment.
I, honest to gosh, I know none of you were here for the intro because I did it way back at the beginning, but I stumbled over that intro so much. It's so funny though, because every time I edit it, it's good because it's always like it sets. I'm actually starting gardening for garden, yay! But it sets like it makes it. What do you mean? You know, like it makes it more natural, like
it's more human.
Yeah, human. That's the word. It doesn't sound as robotic, so
yeah.
It's fine, but I bundled it like you would not fucking believe today. It was hilarious. Where is Sherwood Forest in Australia? Is that what the commune is going to be? It's going to be out like just north of where I am because of the weather patterns. Woo!
Yeah.
Thanks.
Because it's really fucking nice where it is.
Yeah.
I need a tea break.
Thanks. And it's not boiling hot and it's not freezing cold.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Fucking lovely down there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going through my notes to see if there's anything I've missed here.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say is that the Robo-Debt situation is a pretty decent example of a thing that's called techno-authoritarianism or IT-backed authoritarianism. It's a pretty good example of it because it's utilizing technology to distance the human element from things that damage society. Decisions made by the government that irreparably do damage to the poorest and most disadvantaged in society, that they can wipe their hands of and go, oh, the computer did things that we weren't fully aware of. Yes, maybe it's our responsibility to be fully aware of them, but because the computer did the thing, there's a level between us. There's distance here. And it gives them that ability for no one to have gotten fucking fired for the clusterfuck that it was.
And just from a legal perspective, this is what starting the corporation did back in the day. Because the corporation did the item, no one could be held liable for deaths on site. No one could be held liable for accidents that happened at work. It wasn't my fault because this is the company was doing this. It was a company process. There was no one to hold directly responsible. So when we said that companies were people and we could actually hold them responsible for shit, they've started finding other ways to make sure they're actually not. So yeah, now it's not a company, it's a computer program, it's an algorithm. It was set up to automate the process. But we can still hold people responsible. We got to remember that. There are people who set up these algorithms. There are people who, like Scott Morrison, decided to start this program. There is a person we can point to who made the decision to start this program, and we can't obfuscate that behind. I mean, he can try, but we can't let him obfuscate that fact behind the algorithm, the mysticism of the algorithm.
Yeah.
It's not that fucking mystical.
And I would like to point out that before Scott Morrison became the lead for the Department of Human Services, he was in immigration. And he had gone through his tough immigration border cop thing. And when he was moved to the Department of Human Services, stated that that is the exact same thing he would do with the DHS. He would be the tough cop on welfare. And then he came in and wound up as the political lead and continued it despite complaints from within the system and legal advice that it should stop.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, while we've gone through what the Liberal Party have done, we do also need to point out that since coming into power, Labor has taken a filleting knife to the NDIS. So we cannot just look at one party fucking up part of welfare and then being punished for it by the next incumbent party. Because when they came in, they took a filleting knife to a different portion of it. And it's just, it's unreal, man. It's unreal. It's like the slow dismantling of Medicare. You're exactly right.
They're two sides of the same fucking coin. They get their money from the same fucking sources. They give their money to the same fucking sources. It's just, all they're doing is laundering our money back into the pockets of the wealthy. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yep. Lily, as soon as you're here in WA, I will hold your hand as much as you want, sweetheart. I can't do a lot right now, but pretend that I am, and know that when you're here, absolutely, you have got full access to my hands. That was not meant to sound the way it did, but I'm going to stay on it.
And the rest of me.
Yeah, I'll stand on it. It's, I am what I am, and that is a her.
There was only 3 pieces of onion on this cheeseburger.
So, something I do want to point out is that in the statement made by the Australian Public Service Commissioner after the Robo-Debt Central Code of Conduct inquiry had finished...
Yeah, sorry.
Yep, no worries. Which was published on the 13th of September 2024. Right? So this is after the inquiry had finished. In the statement that he made, so a Labor politician, the Public Service Act presumes a prohibition on the disclosure of the names of the people investigated for a breach of the Code of Conduct. Section 72A of the Public Service Act protects personal information and prohibits the Commissioner from disclosing a person's name unless the Commissioner is satisfied that the disclosure is fair, and reasonable in all the circumstances. This is a high threshold. 4 factors are relevant in the decision not to name current or former public servants, stating that anonymity helps ensure proportionality in the application of sanctions, saying that it's important to allow the individuals involved to restore themselves and have closure. So this is the people who did Robo-Debt, not the people who suffered it.
Yeah.
The critical objectives of deterring public servants from engaging in improper or inappropriate conduct and of maintaining standards of conduct and public confidence can be achieved without disclosure. And naming of individuals in the Robo-Debt case may create expectations that public servants in other or future code of conduct inquiries will also be named.
As they should.
So, he didn't name them because he wanted to give them a chance to redeem themselves and get closure for the public servants who did the fiasco, not the people who suffered under it.
Yeah.
That deterring public servants could be done without naming and shaming them, and that by naming people involved, it would set a precedent that would mean other people who did corrupt shit would be named. At every step, despite promising an anti-corruption commission, at every step, the Labor government has gone out of its way to make sure they do not set precedent for people being named for government corruption.
This is just absolutely what nobody in any kind of criminal proceedings, which is what this should fucking be. Like, if I want to go to court, if literally anyone can look up any fucking court matter, anyone going through the legal system, why are these people being protected? Why? Because they've got a separate little system that we've designed. We've designed it specifically to protect them. Why? What is so special about them? Like, nothing he has said in there doesn't apply to any kid who gets caught breaking and entering, but their court case is up on the board for anyone to see. They're named and shamed. You can walk into the trial and see it and hear all about it. No privacy for them because justice needs to be seen to be being done to fulfill the part of the obligations of the justice system. It's all fine and dandy for the poors to have their names splashed out. Why do these motherfuckers get that protection? Like, how is it justice? How does it instill confidence in public in the Department of Human Services if we're not seeing anything happening or even get to know who did the fuckery?
Yeah, how can we be certain that restorative justice has been undertaken if we do not know the names of the people to whom restorative justice has been meted out?
Yes!
It's that simple.
We don't even know the names of the people who did it, so we've got no way of knowing if they're still there. Yeah. Like, we've got no way of following up.
Service?
We've got no way. Yeah.
Are they in another government service? Are they potentially looking at new ways to fuck us?
And what about the fact, like, the victims have the right to face, the perpetrator. Perpetrators have the right to face their accuser. Like, we don't get any of that when these people could know, because we already know they're guilty. Yeah. We already know this isn't about establishing guilt or innocence. It's about protecting the guilty.
Yeah, exactly. And they got fined or temporarily stepped down, but no one was fired. No one was fired for at least 7 suicides.
So I've been working
multiple mental health cases.
I've told you I've been working on my book, the Democracy and Other Myths, or Democracy and Other Childhood Fantasies.
Great name.
Because we believe that we live, like, everyone, like, people turn around and you hear this about Israel-Palestine all the time when people talk about Israel as an invading force and and then just turn around and go, yes, but Israel's a liberal democracy. I just want to turn around and say, what does that mean? What does that mean to you? Because I live in a liberal democracy, and so much of my life is dictated by authoritarian regimes, like, if I don't pay my mortgage, I'm homeless, and therefore I have to go and get a job, and I don't even get to choose what industries are available. I just have to take whatever job is available, and if I don't, there'll literally be someone at my door. Like, I live in an authoritarian system. I don't see where the democracy comes into it. I have very little say in the way the economy operates. And the economy is where I live my life. The economy is the collection of people who distribute resources and decide how resources are going to be spent and used. Mm-hmm. The system of resource management that I get no fucking say in. I live under an authoritarian resource management scheme. Explain to me.
Explain.
Where's the advancement?
Explain to a 5-year-old. Like, this is the thing that I like doing with right-wingers. Not saying you're a 5-year-old, but if you can't explain a concept to a 5-year-old, you don't fucking understand it enough to talk about.
Exactly.
This is what I keep saying to right-wingers, right, who espouse the virtues of capitalism and denigrate socialism. And I'm like, what is it about socialism that scares you?
Yeah.
And what they do is list off things that capitalism does. Mm-hmm. They list off things like, oh, there'll be a few corrupt individuals who will wind up taking all of the money and leaving nothing for the people who are doing it tough and working hard. And
I'm like, Bezos and Musk?
Can you not see that is exactly what is happening right fucking now? Mm-hmm. We have people who have more money than entire countries' GDPs.
Mm-hmm. The guy who owns Balenciaga has enough money to own half of Europe.
Yeah, and they have undue influence on politics to maintain that wealth. Uh-huh. And debt means nothing to them. Because when you're poor, debt is real. When you are poor, debt is real and tangible. If you do not pay back debt, you lose things. Yeah. That is the reality of being poor. However, when you are rich, like rich, debt is imaginary.
This goes to show how fake money is as well. Because when you... okay, so the 2 books that I'm reading at the moment are... The first one is Trade Wars or Class Wars. Because obviously. And the second was actually called Debt. And what's really interesting about... Yeah.
Punchy to the point.
Interestingly. So interesting. And what's really interesting about both of these is whenever you're talking about these cycles, you get the same things popping up again and again and again. The first thing is that we have 2 types of financial crises over time. The first is state financial crisis, which is like foreign debt crisis, which is when states own vast amounts of money that they're not allowed to pay back. We haven't had any of those in the developed world for a very, very long time. And that's because of confidence in state infrastructure has increased over time, basically. The second is bank crises. And this is something that has only gotten worse over time. Because what we did was we handed the banks the responsibility of money creation. They now handle most fiscal policy. So whenever they create a debt, they're creating money. And the money exists as a negative until what they're basically doing is they're saying this person here, Bell, is going to create $100 million worth of profit for the economy. So we're going to give it to her and she's going to pay it back to us because she's going to use that money to create even more money. And even if she doesn't do that, even if she just goes out there and spends that money, she has in fact created $100 million worth of value in the economy because she's taken that money and put it in the economy.
The money is spent.
The money is now in the economy. So they will still go, that's a net positive.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, fucking, I hate that yet another episode mentions this twat. But Elon Musk went $40 billion into debt to buy Twitter.
Yes.
And it did not affect him at all. Meanwhile, if I have a $4,000 debt that I can't pay back, I lose my fucking car. Where's the justice? Where is the equality that capitalism supposedly brings? How come an incredibly wealthy person can use the fact that one bank has given them a loan to get another bank to give them an even bigger loan?
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
I have this amount of debt from this bank because they trust me. Therefore, you should take their word that I'm trustworthy and give me even more than them.
And the really, really scary part about it is that quite often what they'll do is they'll have like an investment somewhere, like whether it be a company or whether it be a house, like property, or whether it's like just cash lump sums somewhere hidden somewhere. They'll have something that they're kind of tying this debt to, but they'll they'll buy art and hide it in there's literally like a ship that lives
Let's
offshore.
not even get started on art.
No,
I could go
but
for
it's like a
hours.
perfect fucking fumigated ship that's offshore where they store their artwork so that they don't have to pay tax on the artwork because of where it's stored. But then they use the artwork
in international waters.
because it's international waters. But then they use the artwork to leverage to get money. Like they use that to leverage on their debts and stuff. So anyway, so they do this. It's so fucking convoluted the way how obvious it is how fake it all is. It's so before I mention the art, I know we've got very loud opinions on art. Can I just say, want to say, can we do our first episode, because we're going to call it Trash Talk. Can our first episode be on intellectual property law as it pertains to art? Because I keep telling people that we need to scrap intellectual property law and people keep going, we need to protect art. And I'm like, if we actually sit down and talk about it and have a robust discussion, we'll all understand why intellectual property law is destroying art.
Ooh, this will be an interesting one because as an artist, I have big feelings.
Yeah, trust me,
Big feelings as an artist. Because, I think this might be one where we disagree quite heavily.
You're not a communist if you disagree with me. And you will understand why.
Holy fuck, dude.
Mark said it. Mark said it, not me.
That's horrific shit to say.
Mark
Jesus.
said it, not me. Mark said it, not me.
Okay, look, just as a teaser, right? Just as a teaser, okay? So
yes, Amy, yes.
So okay, yep. I understand the process here, right? I get it. I do. What is the difference between someone who spends years honing their craft to become a registered electrician who wires up your house and keeps those trade secrets to themselves and doesn't tell you how to wire up your house safely and do it right, and an artist who spends years honing their craft and should be fairly compensated for the work that they do for somebody.
Tradecraft isn't intellectual property law.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I'm trying to make a comparative discussion. Now, it's not going to be a direct comparative, but there is some comparison going on here.
There's not, and this is why people get so confused about this topic. Intellectual property law is about companies protecting their profit. Intellectual property law is stuff like Taylor Swift isn't allowed to play her own songs unless Scooter Braun says so because he owns the copyright to her music.
But
so
intellectual property law has also protected me as an artist when I have had artwork stolen and utilized by a corporation without paying me for it. And I have been able to then take that using the basis of IP law, because it is my IP, I created it, and sue them in court with a relevant basis in order to defend the property that I created with my years of talent and expertise.
I was going to say, if you successfully have managed to do that in a court of law, you'll be like the only one in Australia who's ever fucking managed to. Because this was the problem I had when I was studying intellectual property law, is case after case after case after case. There was a high court case that turned around and said when someone owns something, this was in 2018, 2019, if you purchase something, you have the right of repair. It was a very new law in Australia that just came in sort of 2019, I think it was, by a high court decision. And we were talking about that in IP class because it was when I was doing this class. My teacher was talking about how this was eroding intellectual property law. And I was pointing out that art has always been about building on other art. Again and again and again and again, when you see intellectual property law being fought in a court of law, it's usually Taylor Swift suing Olivia Rodrigo because their songs sound similar. It's like, and that's the antithesis of what art is supposed to be. It actually doesn't. Intellectual property law doesn't protect you as an artist from someone commodifying your work and using it for a commercial basis. Intellectual property law doesn't protect you from that. Copyright law doesn't protect you from that. That's the thing. Intellectual property law, if you have an artwork that the only way you're protected is if your artwork is, for example, you've written a novel and you're selling that novel and making money from that novel, and then someone takes it and copies it in another format, say digital, to sell it online to try and make money from it. They're limiting your income stream so you have financial damages you can prove. That's the only time when intellectual property law is actually going to protect you. Otherwise, literally, a company coming and ripping off your artwork, because I've had that fucking happen to me, intellectual property law, unless you can prove financial damages, intellectual property law doesn't protect you and your artwork as an artist. It's about protecting the financial investment of companies who invest in artists, pay to set the artists up and invest in getting them the, recording studio, for example, in the Taylor Swift example. It's to protect them and their investment. It's not to protect the artist and the artwork. That's not what copyright law has been written for, and that's not the way that it gets used in this country. We need to save this. It's a similar misunderstanding to defamation. We need to save this for an actual conversation on Trash Talk, because this is one of the reasons I had such a struggle in intellectual property right law, because my teacher kept saying to me, "You're not supposed to be so anti-intellectual property law as a lawyer." And I'm like, I'm a communist. I can't help it.
Yeah. So the next question then is...
Oh, the chip just went down the wrong way.
Oh, bugger. Take your time, pal. Get yourself good. Horrible when that happens.
That's what I get for laughing and chewing at the same time.
So I guess the next question is then based around AI art and art scraping to be used for the purposes of generating generative art. Mm-hmm. Like, how does that fall into all of this? Because that is mass data scraping to be utilized for the purpose of taking somebody's style and putting it into a system that requires purchase to make use of with a stolen art style.
But this is why intellectual property law won't protect us, because Spotify has the rights to distribute all of that music through their systems, which means they have the right to then filter that through their AI systems if they want to, because they've already purchased the rights to distribute that music. So they've already purchased the right to do what they want with it, because under intellectual property law, it's not about protecting the art and the artist. It's not about you and your rights. It's about the income for the companies and the corporations. Intellectual property law is not... It never has been like you under intellectual property law. You can create something at home in your own spare time, and based on the contract you have with the company that you work with, they can still own the rights to that. So if you quit and try and do anything with that later, they can sue you for your own stuff that you created just because you happened to create it during the time when you were working for them. Like it's when you actually look at the way intellectual property law has actually been used and what it's actually written to protect, even when you look into, for example, patents, letters patent, when you have an invention and you want to try and patent it through the patent office, one of the things the patents used to do was it would have the full scope and everything in the patent of how it all worked. Yeah. So it was also a register of, so it wasn't like, protecting trade secrets. It was also a register of your invention. So you own it, it belongs to you, and this is how it works, which means like a lot of old sewing, like a lot of the stuff that I do with sewing and stuff, I've gotten a lot of those patents through letters patent from the patent office. Because they would register their bustles and their hoop skirts in the way that they would make stuff. And so you've got these detailed diagrams of how to make them that still exist to this day. And so people would go in there and they could look at what you created and they could build upon it. There was this idea that it wasn't about not making it accessible. So when you patent something, it means it belongs to you. It's yours. You get credit for it. If anybody else has something that's similar enough to it, then they have to like pay you to use your portion of design in there. So that was established to protect creatives and individuals. But yeah, intellectual property law, you don't even have to have a patent to be able to claim intellectual property law. Someone else can invent something and you can claim ownership of it and under intellectual property law. And that's the thing I think, because I had this same issue with my brother, because he's a full-on fucking commie, and he kept going, but what about crediting artists? And I was like, this is the problem. Intellectual property law doesn't protect your rights as an artist to own your own work. It protects the company and their investment in you. It protects the ability of someone to be able to make money off of you and your artwork. If you can't prove damages, you don't have tough titties.
So realistically, the only way to utilize the system as an artist is to create a corporation that you do your art for.
Yes.
And then as a corporation, IP law protects your art as intellectual property of the corporation that you are an artist for.
Yeah, and the corporation would still have to prove damages if someone else took something. And, for example, if I perform a live reading in my neighbourhood of Twilight for the local community, they can't sue me for intellectual property infringement. I'm not, like, nobody's going to come and see me instead of going to the cinema and seeing Twilight, right? But if, for example, your corporation was selling your artwork and then someone else was ripping off your artwork to sell, yes, that's direct intellectual property infringement. That's direct copyright infringement. You'd be able to see direct damages there. The problem would be if, for example, they weren't making money off your artwork. They were just using your artwork on their advertising, for example, for advertising purposes. They might have to pay you a licensing fee if you've registered your artwork as a patent. But if it's not infringing on your intellectual property and they're not substituting it for the original, then they might, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I mean. Intellectual property law is not necessarily about protecting the individual in your artwork.
So basically, this just comes back to the fact that the arts are incredibly devalued under a capitalist system.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Artists and the arts have never been valued, despite the fact 100%. That, as we see every single day, the arts are one of the most necessary things for humanity's survival.
Yep. 100%. Right. And back in the day, we used to pay artists to create. We used to, like, up until very recently. What I wouldn't give for some eccentric rich fuck to just swoop down and go, hey, Maddie, I noticed you do art and stuff. Here's some money so that you can keep doing art and stuff without having to worry about where your next meal comes from. Absolutely.
I don't have any requests for you.
No.
I just want to see everything that you make. And if there's something I really like, I want first dibs on that.
And why do you think I keep pushing the Ko-fi?
Yeah, right? Like, literally, they used to be called patrons, right? Yes. So now you've got Patreon.
That's what Patreon is,
Yeah,
we've got
exactly.
Ko-fi,
but they used to be called patrons. Where the fuck is my patron?
The reason we did Ko-fi as well is so you guys, you can do a once-off. So if you're listening and you're like, I can't afford to sign up every month, but I've got an extra $10 this month, I want to go and donate it, jump on and chuck it on the Ko-fi. Feel free. Yep. Maddie will thank you.
And if you do not have extra money, because everything is accounted for by bills, please do not feel bad or obligated. This information is still going out there for you to watch, for you to consume, for you to listen to. Right? You can feel free to do that with absolutely zero expectation of obligation towards paying for it.
You can make a donation as little as $1, and all of the like monthly subscriber benefits that people get, you get all those benefits. So if you just pay as a once-off, you get to listen to all those extended episodes and stuff for that month. So you know,
for the entire month, you get access to it. Yeah, like it's right there for as little as $1. Like, and realistically, all of the money that winds up in there is going towards paying an editor so Tamara can stop having to edit. Like, it's literally all just being kept in an account that is designed to pay for an editor to come in and do these. So, yeah, if you do happen to have the money,
Tam will show her
Shit,
boobs
man.
for $5 a month, trust me.
Shit, man, I'll show my tits for $2 a month. Let's go.
I'm a
They're
premium
hairy
bitch.
and I've got big nipples. Let's go.
I'm a premium bitch, $5.
I'm a cheap whore. I know what I am.
But it is absolutely, there is also no problem, and I think this is part of the issue that I have sometimes with this conversation. There's also no problem in just going, hey, feel free to chuck us some money if you want. Like, there is also no problem with just saying that, because this is work. It does take a lot of work. Like, it takes hours of work. I had to go to bed last night. I couldn't get the video finished. I'm not even kidding you. I'd been editing for 4 hours straight, and I was starting to go cross-eyed, and I was just sitting there like, I have to get the Ko-fi video out first, because this is the way that it has to work, okay? It just has to. And it's because anyone who's done video editing will understand this. The long-form video gets done first, then you chop it into the smaller parts for the, two-parter episodes, and you cut out the extra bits you don't want in there, because it's easier to do that than it is to add it back in. Yeah. But that means that I have to edit the entire 4-hour block first before I can start chopping it up. And then part 2 out. So anyway, it will be out and I said, it's not even Monday in the US anyway. And they think we're the center of the universe. So
right. Fuck them.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'd only charge $2 for my OnlyFans because $2 gets me a pack of fizzes. So easy to make you happy, Amy.
Wait, a pack of fizzes is $2?
A pack of fizzes. I got to remember this.
Joking?
I got to remember how to bribe all of my friends. Pack of fizzes. So we're going to start recording our new episode soon, but we probably won't do it live. It'll probably be not live in order to
get through it.
Not just get through it, I think also not make people terrified that they're going to get arrested.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Because we have friends who might be worried they're getting arrested for saying shit.
Yep.
Yeah, that $1 is for the fizzes fun. Yeah, pack of fizzes.
Yeah, no, fair enough. It's your happy food. I totally get that.
Hey, mine's baked beans. And I know this sounds ridiculous, but 9 times out of 10 I end up eating baked beans for dinner. And it's fine. I'm healthy. I'm alive. It's doing well.
I get it.
Doing well.
I get it. All right. So that is everything that I had to say about that situation. Obviously, another case of government fucked. Mm-hmm. Another case of fuck poor people to benefit rich people.
Yeah. And to think that they could easily get all of that money by just making a couple of businesses pay their fucking bills already.
Yeah. What they should be paying.
Almighty.
Like, close the fucking loopholes that allow people to, drop their payable tax by using a depreciating asset. Like,
caps tax contributions. Like, what is that? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Right.
Like, you only have to pay up to a certain amount of contributions? Like, why?
Yeah.
Why?
Why is it that somebody can put money into their own charitable fund and then use that to be a charitable donation that drops what their payable tax income is?
Yeah.
Why is that allowed?
And then that fund goes, like, they donate part of that portion towards getting their friends re-elected, who'll turn around and give them massive government subsidies so they don't have to pay for their own petrol on their mine sites.
Yep. Absolutely.
Like, do you realise this? As petrol keeps getting more and more expensive, do you realise, I'm aware that we do, but do people, general public, are you aware, as we struggle to pay the fuel so we can go and buy groceries, that our government is actively paying for the petrol on Gina Rinehart's mine site so she doesn't have to pay for her own fuel?
Yep. Wonder how that happened, having a chat with Pauline Hanson in Thailand. Did you all see that video, by the way? Gina Reinhardt, Pauline Hanson having a secret old meeting in Thailand. Outside of Australian
does not come
waters.
over to Western Australia for any reason, but he will for Gina.
Yeah, of course.
Can we just knock her off already?
Yeah. Bring out the guillotine.
Honestly, that's right. That's what I was talking about. I was talking about Luigi earlier. I didn't think we finished with that conversation, but still, yes. Where's our Luigi? Where's our fucking Luigi? There's some power stations buying bad quality coal, saving money, but charging us high. Yes. So this is actually something I will let you know that I first became aware of this back in 2004. I am going to explain to you what happened. This is bizarre. This is so fucking bizarre. Back in 2004, I was in my economics class because guess what? I actually studied this shit. It's why I know so much about it. Really weird, I know. Who would have thought education's good for something? I was in my economics class and I was talking to my teacher, Mr. Pascoe. We were having a chat and I said, Mr. Pascoe, what is going to happen though? Because we keep talking about the fact that we're running out of coal, you know. And he's like, we've got at least 20 more years of coal, of black coal, but don't worry because we've also got green coal. And I said, what's green coal? And he goes, well, it's not better. Let me tell you, it's much worse. Oh, yeah. But once it gets to a certain point, like once we get to a certain profit margin, where we have enough margin to make it profitable to burn the green coal, it actually becomes cheaper because we have a backlog of the green coal. So we don't need to keep mining it. We don't need to keep shipping it. We don't need to keep tracking it. Like we've already got it sitting there. So we will get to a point when you'll probably see it in the next 10, 15 years where it's going to cost so much that it's going to start getting more cost efficient to just burn the dirty coal. So things are going to start getting worse, but you won't notice. And I went, okay.
Yep. Which
and
also
I just
means
want to
because
say,
the green coal is inefficient, that they have to burn more of it, thus increasing greenhouse gas output.
Yeah. And it's dirty. It's dirty coal. It's much dirtier to burn. And I just want to say that this is part of the reason why I became obsessed with economists and economics and also hated them, because I would constantly be saying, he would constantly be, we're already burning it here. Yeah. And we haven't here, but we are going to, because we've recently had Collie basically turn around and refuse to keep mining because they can't afford to anymore. So they've just refused to keep mining. So they've shut down, and it was actually really much easier driving up the highway. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Really
enjoying the coalfields being shut down.
Right.
But been real relaxing. But yeah, we are. It's happening now. We're starting to and the frustrating part of it is you will sit there and you'll have these conversations with economists who will see this far into the future because of things like profit margins, dollar signs, up and down, like supply demand. They can see it coming a mile away, but won't make the humanitarian leap to this is going to fuck us if we take it one step further.
Because
and I just
economists, to be an efficient economist, you have to entirely divorce yourself from humanity.
But
you cannot have empathy as an economist.
But to the point of stupidity.
Absolutely.
Like the ExxonMobil econ who said that we didn't need to worry about climate change because agriculture and food production only made up 3% of GDP. Like...
Yep.
That's you live here. That's the stupidest thing anyone's ever said. Ever. Ever. In the history of forever. Nothing stupider has ever been uttered.
I don't know. I once heard somebody say, you know what, cops are pretty all right, actually. And I thought that was pretty fucking stupid.
Come on. We don't need to worry about greenhouse gases because food production only makes up 3% of GDP.
I know. I was making a joke.
Come on.
Yes, it's dumb as shit. It's like, oh, yes, you're worried about the GDP impact when, my bro, what are you going to eat? If there is no agricultural
food. That's just all the food, Kevin.
Yeah, that's just all the things humanity requires to survive. You fucking nonce.
That's just all the food. All of it. All of it. Like,
all right. So what I'm going to do so that you don't have to search too far after I actually finish the point is do the outro and we can continue talking afterwards if you like.
Oh, the outro doesn't show up, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I mean me actually saying the words of the outro.
Oh, that doesn't... I was going to say the closer that is toward the end, the easier it is.
Oh, fair enough then. Well, we'll leave it for now then.
Leave it to you ready to sign off, because then I just cut from right before it and then just go back to where we ended and delete.
Dope.
Yeah, it works really well. I want everyone to ignore that I'm drinking a McCafe coffee because I didn't order it. It was delivered to me. I had nothing to do with it.
That's all right. You're forgiven.
Let's just eat cold, hard cash.
Yeah.
It's so much more abundant. We can grow it at a rate of 3% every year. It's really easy.
Yeah. Perpetual growth in a finite resource economy. It's possible, my guys.
We're currently burning through the resources of 2 planets every fucking year, and we would need 5 Earths to sustain just the standard of living. 5 fucking Earths. Fuck off. Everyone just get used to dealing with less, because that is what life is going to look like going forward. And this is why I think doing the commune now, when we have the resources to set it up, because later it's going to be much harder to get access to the resources as they become scarcer. It's going to be harder to get access to the resources we're going to need to set it up and establish it.
Yep. Agreed.
Stop. I just had a bonus content. Is this like when we were using euphemisms for masturbating the other day?
Oh, right. Okay, that's how you've taken it. I see. I just read it at face value. That's why I'm looking so confused over here.
It took me to a place I didn't want to go. What, with you coming here and living with me in our little house together and being my pillow princess? Is that where you don't want to go?
Oh, shit. Oh, dear me. Like, yeah, when you said earlier, Tam, that this is work, you're right. Like, I was up until 4 o'clock this morning and my alarm woke me up at 6:30 to take my partner to work.
Yeah.
Like, I've had 2.5 hours sleep.
It is. It's fucking work.
You know, it's one of them things, business meeting, that's right.
Business meeting.
That's what it was. I was trying to think of it. What do you mean 2 people, Amy? There's more than 2 who are going to want you to be pillow princess for.
We're going to be lining up. Yeah. Lining up outside Amy's caravan.
High demands, darling.
Don't worry. You just have to. Maddie doesn't even need to be there. You just need to listen to the sound of their tongue, and you'll get there all on your own. It's fine.
Apologies for editing you. This little message here is a message to editing Tamara. I am deeply sorry because this was not a scripted episode. There is going to be a lot of moments where I have to take a pause to think, and I will do that thing with my tongue that gets your engine revving. I am very sorry for that.
And by the way,
I hope you can forgive me after you cum your brains out.
All people who are thinking about signing up to the Ko-fi, by the time this episode comes out, there will be a Ko-fi exclusive that is just a supercut of the tongue thing.
You're welcome.
I am working on it. Yeah, I'm just going to say, welcome. The more projects I start working on, the slower my computer system is currently running. So...
Yep.
I am looking at getting a external hard drive that is got a bit of a faster processing speed on it, so that I can hook that up and try and
What you really need is some more RAM, mate.
It's I was going to say
There'll be a bottleneck in the system somewhere.
Yeah, I was going to say it's the CPU, it's the processing speed that's
so it's
that keeps
CPU.
gumming up. Yeah,
so that's a bit of a bigger problem.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get an external system so that I can try and just operate exclusively on that with some stuff, so that it's not on the... Because I've got 2 computers now.
Yeah.
Because my housemate has a computer as well. So that's why we're going through a bit of a remodel. I have to rejig my whole house again. But anyway...
Yeah.
Don't let your kids near it. Flash smash tails. It doesn't work anymore. Oh my god. The guy at the computer shop recommended that I put it on the wall on a, what do you call it? In a cage on the wall and attach it to my television. So then I can plug my laptop into it when I want to use it. But then it's got all of my videos and stuff on it plugged up to the television, so I can access it, so it doesn't actually ever move. He was like, that's the best way to do it. Talking about a media
center.
Yeah.
Yep.
He was like, you want to attach the solid state to the the drive, attach the drive to the wall, and then use your laptop to hook into it, and blah blah blah. Not that I have a laptop, but yeah. Anyways.
Alrighty, well, I am going to need to wrap this up because I have to do some cooking before I've got the stream tonight.
Too. I forgot about that too.
Double stream on a Monday.
I'm going to be finishing editing too, guys, because it's I haven't got today's episode up. It is the Assis episode.
Oh, okay.
And so it is there's a lot to it. There's a lot. It's a bit, and
a lot of info.
I'm trying to figure out where I split the episode as well is the hardest bit because it's working out. I think it's going to be about 3 hours.
Yeah.
So I might have to split it into 3 parts.
Yeah, you're probably going to want to do a 3-parter on that one, I think, because an hour and a half is a bit too long.
I didn't share what I was making. Quick.
Oh,
so hey, Friendship Studios, so much for my FIFO area. Yeah. What are you making? What are you making?
Yeah, tell us what you're making.
Tell us what you're making. We're all sitting here.
Then I can do the outro and start cooking.
We've obviously, the really good thing again is one last belong together. Yes, let's do it. I've got it already packed, ready to go. I was sitting here waiting.
Go for it.
One of the really interesting things about being flat tack broke and not having a job, like when you sacrifice, because, we were talking earlier about sacrificing time for income. When you have the time but not the income, you don't have as much food waste. It's really funny. All of the problems we have in our society, it's amazing how many of them are fixed simply by not making us go to work full time. Because since I haven't had to work full time, I've had no food waste. We had ham over Christmas. The ham didn't all get eaten. It got chucked in a slow cooker with some lentils and broth and made pea and ham soup. Yep. I blitzed that down and I put it in the freezer because the kids ate pea and ham soup for a couple of days and they were over it. So then the soup went into jars in the freezer, and then I was in the freezer and went, oh, that's right, the lasagna that I made just before Christmas that's still in there. I can get that out and heat some of that up for dinner. So I've had to cook half as often. I'm home full fucking time and I have to cook half as often and I have twice as much food and I've got I'm not spending anywhere near as much as the grocery store as what I was when I was working because they take so much from us in exchange for that pitiful income that is not even worth half of what our work is really actually worth.
Yeah. Yeah. And our time is worth so much more. The older I get, the more I realise just how valuable my time is.
Yeah.
And how much of it I have wasted generating profit for some prick who doesn't value my work.
And suddenly shit like checking Facebook on the company time. You're like, why did I let them make me feel like shit about that? Yep. Why did I let them? I was there sacrificing my life for the bottom fucking line, and they wanted me to feel shit about checking my social media while I was doing it?
Yep.
What? And when we have a garden, even easier. Exactly. Oh, I'm making a peri-peri inspired roast lamb, potato bake, all on the barbecue. Oh, that potato bake cost me like $40 to buy everything. I was so sad. Potatoes are one of the easiest things to grow in the garden when you've got the full fucking thing happening. Oh, my God. I can't wait till we've got the full garden going. I cannot wait. Cannot fucking wait. Every time I got caught, I'd laugh and be like, oh, okay then. I grew up in a cult that taught me that it was literally stealing. This is what made me such a good employee. Like I was telling you, all the people wanted me. They were all desperate, like climbing themselves over me. It wasn't just because I was brilliant at my job. I was the good little company girl because I was raised in a cult that wanted you to be a little robot so that you'd follow the cult rules, and that made me a great employee for these corporations. Because I would be there before they were. I wouldn't leave until after my boss did. I would never have a second off. The whole time I was at work, I'd be go, like to burn myself out levels. And like I said, I didn't get paid for 3 months and I kept showing up. They looked at me and they went, this girl is so fucking whipped. Like, this is the best. This bitch will take anything. And I did. I kept showing up to work and because I was just like, this is just what it is. This is just, I was in a cult. I didn't have any self-respect. They loved it. Oh, it's the cheese, bacon, and cream that costs so much now. Yeah, we're going to have to get goats. As soon as we've got the land, we're getting goats. First fucking thing we're getting is the goats. And then we'll get a cow later. But getting a cow and impregnating it and all that, it's a lot harder. Goats are easier in terms of milk production to start off with.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, all of that shit. You're going to have to learn to make your own cheese, though, Amy, because...
That's easy enough. Making cheese is pretty simple. And I've done it.
Butter? Have you made butter?
Butter's easy, yeah.
Okay, you look like you and I look like me, so fine. You say butter's easy? No, I don't like butter enough. I don't like butter enough to make butter. If I had to churn my own butter, are you fucking kidding? Have you actually churned butter before?
Yeah. Several times.
Are you kidding? From the point of milk to butter?
Yep. I don't start at milk.
Fucked.
Why the fuck would you start at milk? That's so inefficient. Start at cream.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
Cream has a higher fat content.
You start with the milk scrapings. You scrape the milk and churn, yes.
Yeah.
Like, you start from milk, though. It is milk solids. It's not cream. It's milk solids.
Yeah, but you can even just use store-bought cream to make butter.
Not if you're on a farm, bingo.
No, I know.
Not on a farm.
I know.
I'm talking farm life.
Yes, and I've been farm life. I've been on sheep stations. I've been on cattle farms. I've lived in fucking Wagen and Wongan Hills and Bruce Rock and you name it, I've lived there.
See, you're telling me from milk solids to butter is fucking easy. You're going to sit there and say that with your shoulders.
Yes. My shoulders aren't the problem, darling.
They're not the problem. There's the solution. That's my point. You're not acknowledging your shoulder privilege, motherfucker. Someone has shoulder privilege that they're not acknowledging.
Hey, man. I know where my strengths lie, and it's from, like, slightly below waist up.
That's my point. You're going to sit there and say it's totally fucking easy, and you're going to ignore that you build like a fucking linebacker, and some of us aren't. Right.
Well, we all have different roles to accomplish.
Go get fucked. I'll scrape the cream and make the butter. Salted and unsalted, yeah. It's not piss easy. It is exhausting. It is exhausting. It is time consuming. It is exhausting. That's why I always got stuck with the fucking job. Fuck. My Kmart mixer can make it.
Chuck it in a stand mixer, babe.
You can't chuck
Save
it,
your
no.
shoulders.
That's not how, no. There's way too, no. Okay. If you're making it for commune, okay, we would have to invest in the equipment to do it. But if you're making it for large scale, you have a big fucking bucket. You can't, the stand mixer won't fit. You've got to use the big fucking paddle. I obviously grew up on a very poor farm.
Hey, look, I've done it the manual way as well. Right? I've done it the manual way as well. But
the crank is like this
create...
big fucking... Oh, my shoulders are fucked from it. I can feel it.
But it doesn't have to be. It was just inefficiently made.
Oh.
You use a lever system. Like...
Do you know what we could do? We could get a bike. We could get a little bike with a pulley and just ride the little bike.
Exactly. And that
pedal power bottle turn. Oh.
That turns the crank. Like,
pedal power.
So
my arms started aching then when
I
started doing that. It's like it came back. It was like it started coming back and my arms started feeling like jelly.
There absolutely is, Amy, but we're talking about like larger scale production than just butter for a single person. So a jar with the lid mixer, yes, they definitely exist. Yes, they are very easy to use, but we're talking sort of larger scale to deal with, you know, the butter requirements of 30 people.
I was going to say, I will also say I don't ever remember... So we never really had... it's really bizarre too. And I guess this is one of the things that comes when you have time but no money. We never had specialised equipment for anything. Anytime anyone talks about doing anything, my mind goes to manual because I had to manually do all of that shit. Like even... like fucking everything. Everything. Like...
Yeah, I know it. Don't worry. I'm one of those people in modern society who knows exactly what it takes to get a plate of lamb chops.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people who knows absolutely 100% where their meat comes from.
Yeah.
Because under the age of 10, I was out there doing the work to get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
when we were up in Kununurra before we moved into town, we were out on a ranch, and that's exactly on a station, I should say, not a ranch up there. It's a station. But yeah, like it was a full day and a half. And my dad was a stationary supply man. We were living on the ranch, on the station. So he would, he'd have to drive like a day and a half to go out and do stationary delivers for the other stations around the place. And that's like, I'd go with him so I could like meet other people, and I'd like sleep in the back of the car up on the back deck. Mm-hmm. Sorry, the cat's just in the backyard there. Everyone's just come inside and making a lot of noise now.
That's all right. We need to wrap up anyway.
Yeah. But knowing what it takes to get food on the plate, like it is such a... But again, it still would not take a 40-hour work week. If you had to get wood for the fire, you had to breed your own sheep and breed your own cattle and farm your own land, it still wouldn't be 40 hours worth of work a week, especially if you're not dividing it up among a community.
Yeah, if you've got a community that's doing the work and you're not doing it with the intent of profit motive, if you're doing it for subsistence and trade, then no way does it equate to a 40-hour work week at all.
Inside your game boards? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Alrighty, so what I'm going to do is read the outro now because I can hear things getting noisier at your place.
They said they're about to leave. Well, we're wrapping up now, so... No, they're leaving.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well. I can edit in peace when they're gone. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get this outro done.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for joining us for this week's dive into the depths of the trash fire that is Australian politics. If you've enjoyed what you've seen, make sure to drop us a follow and do all the usual engagement things to help us get the word out there. You can find Tamara and myself on the social media links in the description below, but for now it is garbage day, so the girls got to take the trash out. Bye.
Bye. Also, I will say, just quickly before we do go, I did completely forget about book club on Wednesday. By the way, Tom, because I know that Tom's still hanging around, hovering around, and everyone else who's hovering around. I will not forget this week. I have set an alarm on my phone for Wednesday evening. I will be live Wednesday evening to discuss the book, and the first chapter is going to be up. It's on my Ko-fi. I will post the link on the Discord in the book club, but it'll be up on the Ko-fi so that it's not accessible, so that it doesn't get taken down. Oh, good. I forget every week. Lol. Ha. Well, have your little alert set for when I go live so that you... Actually, no, we're not doing it on the live, are we? Doing it on Discord. Have your alert set up on Discord.
Yep.
It actually is your garbage day.
Oh, look at that. Good for us. We're reminding you. Final thing before we do go. I don't know if I've told chat, but I know I've told you and Lily. I recently did a bit of a spicy audio read to try and get into voice acting, more adult sided voice acting.
Yes.
Somebody has heard that and contacted me requesting me I do their script. Now, it's not paid. It's still a free thing because it's just a community thing. But I have to work out how to do like the sexy moaning thing from a male aspect because it is a mask voicing it. The vocal side of things, I don't know how that's going to work. Like the scripting side of things, no problems. But being vocal and doing the moaning things... The script calls for like 10 minutes worth of it. How do you keep that interesting?
Practice
in real life. Hey, man. Hey. No
game
shit.
If you are.
No shit, Amy. I have spent the last like 7 or 8 years unlearning my need to stay quiet during sexual intercourse. You know, like, I've spent 8 years unlearning that silence. You know?
Crash test dummies.
Yeah, let's go with that. The one thing I'm good at is doing, like, a primal growl. That is the one thing I can do very well. Like, I'm not going to do it now because I don't want to make everybody deeply uncomfortable.
I'd be screaming. I honestly, the amount of times I have thought about like doing something like this for the OnlyFans, because I writing my naughty scenes, that comes very, that's people think it's weird. I know. My friend and I, when we were in school, we used to do this. It's how we would get our jollies off, was we'd write little naughty scenes, you know. Me and my girlfriend, we'd write little naughty scenes for each other.
Yep.
Anyway. So fun.
Hey, you ever want
So
those
fun.
voiced? You ever want those voiced?
Voiced.
You just let me know.
I was gonna say we. I was thinking about, even if I put my naughty scenes up on my Ko-fi, and then you can do the voicing on them on your Ko-fi as a little.
Yeah, that'd work.
You know.
Lily just
as a partner,
said,
I'd
Lily
find that
did just
hot.
say,
Yeah.
Yep, and Lily did just say, I mean, yeah, growl in your chest. I'm not sure if that was a request or if that's something I should do, so I'm just going to do it anyway.
It sounded like a request, yeah.
Yep, that's what I figured. I'm just going to do it anyway. I get a good bass rumble.
And, like, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and friends beyond the binary, I would just like to point out that this is the same individual who isn't even aware when they're doing the fucking tongue thing.
I'm not aware of a lot of things that I do, apparently, that make people go, oh, okay, right, I understand the appeal of this thing. Like, what you've got going here, the package belies the other.
I think you're misunderstanding the way people are reading your package. Luckily, no one is around. I have to keep muting the camera because I'm literally squeal laughing and I'm hurting my own fucking jaw. Oh my god.
There was a song that was written about this, wasn't there? Something about a bucket and a mop. Fuck, I thought Tam was trying to set fire to their microphone for a second there. Keep playing Mario Kart, kids. Maddie is growling. Don't look over this way. Things are happening that are too adult for your young minds. Oh no, Tam's taking a bong and I'm making funnies. Have to stop saying funny things while they're inhaling a bunch of smoke. Get them choking for all the wrong reasons. Got him. That is exactly what I hoped your face would look like when you pop back up into view of the camera. That was perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Massive recipe for bong water in the mouth. Welcome back, Tam. Nope, back down under the camera.
I'm joking.
I'm sorry. I'm not. Your 2025 resolution is not to smoke anything? Hey, I wish you the best of luck, my friend. I really do. But for serious, that's the sound. Just essentially that, but heavy on bass. All right, bet.
I am winding down my smoking in 2025 for financial reasons more than anything else. Mainly just because... Sorry, that went real deep in my nose. That's what happens when you laugh and you take a bong at the same time. The smoke goes like right up your fucking nose.
I know. I've had it happen to me before. I do apologise.
Oh. Worth it, but still.
Just...
I'm gardening for your garden. not smoke anything but weed or what? No, I'm gardening for my garden. I've got weed growing, but yeah, I'm going to be winding down like how much I smoke just because.
Yeah, anxiety you started getting from not having it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah, and not having access to it because of finances, like not being able to get it all of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And and I also, that extra money that I have, that I would rather, be able to give to somebody else if they need it. Like, for me, thinking about it, I would... I would feel, especially now that I'm not working and I have a lot less of those stresses in my life, like, it was really necessary for me at a different time in my life, not going to lie. But now that I've removed so many of those stresses, now the things that are stressful for me are things that would be alleviated if I had the extra money from not smoking.
Yeah.
So, for example, having the money to give my friends when they're in a tight spot. Like, I would love to know that I've got an extra $100 a month just to be able to flick someone if they need it. Like, that to me would mean a lot more than being able to have a cone if I want in the evening. And, like, wanting to get the stuff done around the house so I can get the house ready to sell. I'm going to need a couple of extra dollars here and there for that. Like, I'm not going to do it now, but later on down the track, I want to put a bathroom in the area where I'm sitting here. That's going to cost me about $5,000 to do all up. So I have to save up for that. That's going to take a lot. But if I give up the weed now, then that might be something that I can afford to do.
The money will accrue over time.
A couple of years' time. Yeah. And the bathroom is not going to be in it until it's time to sell. So I talked to my financial broker about it, and he even said I could even just get a loan on the mortgage for that because the property's insured now for $200,000 over and above what the mortgage is. So he said it would be very easy to get to just refinance and get a loan off the property to get the bathroom done. And then if we're going to sell, it doesn't matter because then we pay it back at the point of sale.
At the point of sale, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Amy, I understand, mate. You're going through a tricky parenting part. If that's what you need to get through that, my friend, without, going absolutely nuts, 100% do it. Because, whatever it takes to get through sometimes, man. I understand
absolutely. And that the thing is for me is that I absolutely needed it for the last, like I couldn't have got through the last sort of 4 years without it. Not a fucking hope in hell. And I need something different now for this point in my life. And it's not necessarily that, like my mum's so funny. She stopped smoking and last time I was up there, she goes, "Oh, I just really rather not have like the bong or anything in the house. Do you mind? Because it's just gross." And I'm like, it's gross now that you're not smoking. Okay. Yep. Sure. Whatever. Like, I'm not like that at all. I'm not sitting here going, "Oh, you should try not to if you don't." It's just that I'm now at a point in my life where, as I said, it would mean more to me to be able to do something else with that. Like it's...
Yeah. It's not like a preaching to convert other people.
No, absolutely not.
No, it's you talking about what's going to work for you.
No, I'll send that money to someone else so they can buy weed. Like that's...
Yeah, fuck it. If you need weed and you don't have the funds for it.
Absolutely. Ask me and I'll shout ya. Absolutely. Like, it does not, that's not at all what I'm saying at fucking all. Yeah. And like, absolutely, like, Ames, if you want some treats, I'll send you some. Don't worry. Like, you got another surgery coming up. Far out.
Good luck, Lily. I hope it helps. Hope it does the thing that's needed.
Yeah. And that's the other thing I've got.
Gastroparesis is a fucking pain in the ass.
I've got a couple of procedures and stuff coming up because of my gut. And in particular because I've had an infected... I mean, I've got a couple of different issues, but I've had an infected stomach ulcer. That we need to do some intervention on because it's not healed well on its own. Can verify, tea will treat you.
I am still desperately trying to lose weight so I can go and get the abdominal wall that looks like a perforated sheet of paper repaired.
Oh... Can I just say that is such a fucking bullshit thing as well, that we make it so much harder for people of a certain size to get help and healthcare in our system. Because let's be honest, you're not like you're a large guy, you're a large human, like yes,
yep,
but you're not abnormally large. You're not. You know what I mean? Like
the fact that I'm 6'4" doesn't seem to get taken into account very often with the fact that I carry additional weight. Like, there are professional sports people who are my height who are like 20 kilos difference from me.
That's what I mean. Like, I grew up in a household full of people. Like, my brother's the same height as you. Like, all of his friends were the same height. You look in his wedding photo and, like, he's one of the shortest. Well, actually, my older brother was the shortest in the photo because he was 5'8". My older brother, he's the shortest in our family at 5'8". Everyone else is over. Like, I mean, I'm the second at 5'9", but like, sorry, my brother is like 6'4". His like best man was 6'5". He like, we're talking about the people. Like, yes, you are. Like, the average height in this country is 5'9". So, yes, you are larger than average. But you're not an extraordinarily large person that we shouldn't be able to give you the healthcare that you need.
Yep. But apparently, because of some bullshit metric that was made up by a mathematician, nope.
Fuck off with that shit. 6'4" is giant. It's not, though. Like, I get that 6'4" is taller than average. Like, I get that. Like, and I'm not saying you're not a large person, Maddie, but I just mean that you're not so far outside the realms of what is considered normal. Like, people don't stop and stare at you on the street. You're not so far outside the realms of normal and and average.
Yeah, that I classify as freak show level human.
That it should be impossible to treat you in our medical system. Yeah. That our medical system should not be able to cater for you.
In answer to that question, why do I need to lose weight to get healthcare? Because the surgeon who I initially spoke to, because I have to go through the public system because I'm too poor to afford private. The surgeon that I spoke to, who is the guy in the public system, has had a gastric bypass surgery in his past. He used to be a big person, and he has had a gastric bypass, and he swears by it, and he has decided that it is his mission to make as many people get them as he can. And he tried to force one on me before he would allow me to get the surgery to repair the multiple hernias I have from a appendix rupture that happened 10 years ago. That's why.
There is also, anyone want to hate on landlords for a minute? Absolutely, Caliana, absolutely. Send it on through. Let's hate on landlords.
Let's go.
I was also just going to say that the problem is that because they say this to like all people who are sort of larger, they say the same thing to my sister with her breast reduction surgery.
Have you tried losing weight about it?
Yeah, lose weight first. Yep. And they say it's because that there are extra complications with anesthesia and stuff. And it is true that you have to take someone's body weight into account when you're doing their anesthesia.
Yeah, you just have to do math more.
You have to do math more. And losing weight means you have to use less anesthesia. It's a money-saving, cost reduction.
Yep.
Like, they want you. And again, I understand that there are secondary benefits. Like, for example, with my sister in particular, they said you lose weight first. We get an idea of how much is excessive breast tissue and how much is extra weight that you're carrying. Like, it's easier for you to recover. Like, I understand that there are secondary, but the whole idea that we aren't willing to intervene with a healthcare issue that may be impacting your ability to live a healthy life, unless you're able to make changes to live a healthy life, in our mind first, like, I lose weight. Doesn't matter how you do it. Because people lose weight in very unhealthy ways. But, you know, we'll pretend that makes you healthier just because you've lost a little bit of weight. But we won't help you make changes to your life that is going to make it easier for you to live a more healthful life until you've done this arbitrary thing, perhaps in a very unhealthy way, to make you look a little bit healthier, to make our metrics look better.
I cannot physically exercise because if I put undue strain on my abdominal wall, there is every potential for my insides to become my outsides very rapidly because it is like a perforated sheet of paper the whole way down my abdomen.
You also have a condition that affects your joints. That means that putting extra pressure on your joints when you are a bit larger is going to have a worse impact on your joints. And therefore, like, treating that and having that treated first is going to help with your body's ability to be able to move.
Yep.
But they can't. But they're going to say, "Oh no, we it help," because again, this is.
I have to magically lose the weight first. Now, the positive thing here is I actually am. In the last 6 months, I've dropped 12 kilos.
Awesome.
So there is actually things that are happening here. It's just really fucking frustrating to be treated like shit by the medical system because
it's just stupid that's a prerequisite.
You're larger.
I remember because before I fell pregnant, as I was saying, talking to you about before we started filming, the issues I had with weight when I was younger.
Yep.
To the point that well-meaning people in public would approach me and ask if I needed something to eat. Embarrassingly. I'd have, people come up to me and it actually, the reason I was talking about this conversation was because there was a woman that I worked with who decided to make a comment about it. There were these people in the store and she made a comment about, men want something to grab onto. They don't want to, they don't want some skeleton like this waiting at home for them. And I turned around and said, I think the most important thing is that you're comfortable in your own body, not about what other people think of you and your body. And then after the clients left, I turned around and said to her, if you ever mention my body ever again, we are going to have a fucking problem. Do not fucking dare. And then I got onto HR and told them what happened. And then she reported me to HR apparently because of how rude I was. And I was like, are you fucking kidding, bitch? Do not even.
Oh, shit.
And she tried to claim that I obviously had an eating disorder that was making me mentally unwell and unstable to work with. And I was like, guess what? Wow. It's not an eating disorder. It's a hormone imbalance. And I've got all of the medical records that prove that you have now done...
medical discrimination.
You've done a discrimination. You've done a discrimination. You've done a discrimination.
You did a discrimination. Congratulations, fuck-ups.
You've now lost your job. And they were very happy with that because they'd been trying to get rid of it. The first meeting I had. In the dick to everyone. The first day I walked into this job, this was the woman who sat down and said, your first job is going to be getting rid of that fucking bitch. If you can get rid of her, you'll be fine. But she is a cunt. You need to get rid of her if you are going to survive because she is awful. I was like, okay.
My God.
Right. No
bravo
worries.
For you for finding a way. Now, I do have to say, Callie, I am so sorry to hear that you're going through that, mate. That's really fucked.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Just got out of the magistrate's court. Need to be out this Thursday. All good. Didn't even get to say your piece. Oh, wait. So you were just up the road? Are you here? Are you still in town? Come here. Yeah, we are going to burn it all down. Don't worry. We've got our timeline started.
Yeah. We're making plans. Oh, yeah.
No, you're back home. Oh, fair enough.
You know.
ED survivor over here. And that's the thing too. They are beautiful. I was going to say I've got mine.
Ooh, pearlescent.
Pearlescent. I was going to say, my mum had an eating disorder, my sister did. There's nothing at all wrong with someone having an eating disorder, but someone turning around and trying to use that against someone, to try and claim that I wasn't mentally stable because I had an eating disorder.
Some moral superiority bullshit.
Yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely not. And the fact is, she should have been able to be fired just off the fact that she was running around saying I had a mental disorder because in her mind I had an eating disorder. That should have been. But it's that would have been valid if she'd said that. Yeah.
How... That could be grounds enough for termination. All right. I do need to sign off.
Yeah, fair enough.
I love you all very, very much. Thank you for joining us again. If ever anybody needs to talk, send me a whisper on Twitch. I will see it. I'm available anytime, day or night, if you need a yarn, if you don't have access to any of my other ways of contact. Or send me a message on TikTok. I'm Maddie Mohawk on there, so, feel free.
Yeah.
Always around if anybody needs a chat. Okay.
I was going to say, I'm not going to sign off just yet. I'm going to hang around for another couple of minutes.
Cool.
But, just because why not? I got nowhere else to be right at this second. But
No worries.
And I want to hear a little bit more about what happened in Magistrates Court.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you got your old account back, Lily. That's fucking awesome.
Amazing.
Good.
Excellent.
Well, keep one as a backup.
Yes.
All right, my darlings.
Definitely.
Love you.
Mwah. Love
Be
you.
well. Look after yourselves.
See you soon.
I will see
and I've got to
you
make sure I've got my script ready for next week now. Woo.
Yep.
It should be
guys.
fine, though. Okay. Bye. So the good thing I was going to say, hang on. Oh, no. Maddie, come back. No. 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 Okay. They realised. It's okay. They realised. Oh, shit. Oh, good. I was panicking then. I was like, no, Maddie, don't go. You're not supposed to leave the studio. That's fine. I'll just stop your camera. Yeah. It's all good. You've got it. All good. No worries. Because otherwise the download doesn't work. So I was like, shit, the download's not going to work, the upload. But it's okay because they're back. So it is. It's going to be fine. I'm not going to be around for too much longer anyway, but full screen tea. Oh no. Get grumpy again. I don't think you can get me a grumpy again this far into it. You've made me too happy now by hanging around. It's terrible. Now you've got to, I can't believe you won that. I can't either. I legit have 5 accounts. Fuck off. I thought it was lost for good. It is. It is pretty awesome. You're grumpy enough for everyone. That emoji didn't work. Oh, I did the same thing to my boss on purpose so that it wouldn't work. Good on you. Honestly, good on you. Don't blame you. But I was going to have a panic attack. But I was going to say, it is really good the way that this sort of works out is that Maddie does this week, because this is the week where I have a big editing week because I have to edit the big double episode. And then next week, I don't have to do the big double episode edit because I've already done it the week before for that week's episode. So it's a low editing week, high research week. That's how I can kind of keep track of whether it's my week or not, is if I have to do a lot of editing, generally it means it's Maddie's turn for a script. But you crossed your arms and it was hot. Oh, like this? If I got angry? I can yell about stuff. I finished watching Dirk Gently's holistic detective agency, and the assassin is my favorite character by far. And my favorite scene by far was the one at the very end when she's sitting there and she's like, I gotta tell you, Ken, the universe is telling me I gotta kill you now. And he just goes, yeah, I kind of thought that would happen. I'm like, that is how I feel about people so often. I'm like, I don't know, the universe is kind of telling me that you're an asshole and it'd be better if you were dead. Anyway, but you guys make me too happy. That's the problem. You cheer me up too much. But I was going to say, I have to do... All right, so here's the thing, okay? I have to edit... I got to figure out... I got to make shorts. I got to make shorts for YouTube Shorts to advertise the podcast. That's what I have to do. Does anybody know how this fucking works? How you make shorts out of long-form videos on YouTube? If I give someone the 2 Girls, 1 Garbage Can YouTube logins, can they figure this out for me? Because I've been now for 12 weeks uploading these episodes to YouTube. And every time I go in there and I'm like, let's just see about this edit feature in YouTube. Because it would be easier if I could just do this. And every week I'm like, nope. The voices say to punch you. Yeah. Don't know shit about shit. I'm sorry. No, this is when I usually need Zach. This is when we need Zab around. Zab. Zach knows. Or Dom. Dom knows with the technology. If either of them do end up catching this on the review, then, at least they'll know we were thinking of them. They're always the ones who come in and are like, okay, so you've just got to do this, this, and this. But this is one of those instances where I'm just like, could you just do it for me? Could you maybe it would just be easier if you did it for me, though. Just a little bit. Just need to build a dwelling. Nothing much on my to-do list. Holy shit. So hang on. So are you not at Mum's? What's the go? What happened there? So I thought you were already out and at Mum's now. So you haven't been able to get... God, that makes me laugh. All right. All right. Here we go. Oh, just get hold up with supplies over Christmas. Right. I was hoping I could hold off for another few weeks, but no. So you've got the farm. Are you gonna be able to stay out at the farm while you build the vans? Because that was the plan originally, wasn't it? Don't mind me while I reapply my lipstick. I really shouldn't do that. Yeah, sometimes a plan is the hardest part. Absolutely. Just knowing that you've got a way forward can ease a lot of tension, but certainly not all of it, for sure. I'll be in a tent. My daughter will be making space in my mum's hoarder house. I'm not a nun yet. Nuns of the Void. I was going to say Nuns of the Void don't have to worry about, what's it called? Nuns of the Void don't have to worry about being abstinent. You can remain, you can, what's the word? You can fuck around as a Nun of the Void. Don't stress. Oh God, you make me laugh. I was going to say, you can prop up my ego anytime. Don't worry. I'm more than happy to have my ego fluffed. It's, I'm going to take these headphones off, actually. I don't need to wear them now. Oh, gosh. And that certainly helps my aching head. It's been years already. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Doesn't matter, though. Thought it was broken. It isn't. It isn't. I tell you what, when I was editing the podcast, and this is why I'm doing the collection of the tongue flick, because the sound is enough. Just saying. Just saying. You will definitely know that you're alive. You'll definitely know that you're alive. And it's cut out of the regular episodes on account of it being followed by We already have a farm here in a van. Oh, you already have a family here in a van. So space is tight, but it will happen. Just hope to have a house until we could have this side ready. Yeah, fuck. No, you don't have to apologize. Absolutely. You do not need to apologize. This is exactly the kind of thing this community is here for. Like, we want to be able to help and support through these. And this is honestly why I said I was going to stick around for a little bit longer. Because when you said you needed to bitch about the fucking landlords for a second, I figured something had happened. But I was under the impression, as I said, that you were pretty much going to be out and at the farm by now. Yeah, exactly. That is why we're here. That is 100% why we're here. For sure. Being judged is draining. What? You're called a thief and a bad mum. Oh my God. Give me the name and address of that motherfucker right fucking now. See what they have to say after I've had a chat with them. What the fuck? What the actual fucking fuck? No fucking way. No fucking way. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. What? Landlord dragged her 3 children along for the sympathy vote. You're kidding me. What a cunt. She's commodified somebody else's need for housing for her financial gain, and she's trying to get the fucking sympathy vote. Go get fucked. Fuck off. The interest. So she wasn't depending on that money. She wasn't depending on that money. That money was just going to be sitting in her bank account accruing interest. That's what she's saying. That money was going to be sitting in her bank account accruing fucking interest. What a fucking cunt. If that money was going to be sitting in her bank account accruing interest, why is she sitting in there claiming, oh, fucking... She said that she can't feed her kids because no rent money, but she also would have earned interest on that money. You can't have it both ways. You can't have both been going to have spent that money on food for your kids and be claiming that you would have also been earning interest on that rent money sitting in a bank account. Both things can't be true. You got to pick one. Pick a struggle, Joanne. Pick a struggle. Yeah, Molotov cocktail. Yeah. Molotov target acquired. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. This is what makes me angry. Yeah. Yeah, bet she says she's a property owner and not a second-hand welfare mum. No, she's a welfare queen. She's a welfare queen. She's living off of literally the direct income of 4 other families struggling to get by. She's living off the income of 4 other families and she wants to claim? Fucking hell. Get fucked. Get fucked. Absolutely nailed it, Carly. Absolutely. Thank you for sharing my right. Yes! Oh, pisses me the fuck off. And the system, and that's what I mean. This is what we were talking earlier. It's a shame you missed it, actually, because you would have fucking loved it. We were talking earlier about the violence that's inherent in the system and how people will be suffering and dying as a result of the allowance of commodification of housing. And now with you withholding rent money, the court will portray that as violence, you withholding, like, you know, causing this family pain and suffering. They'll place you as being the causer of pain and suffering, but not her actions in commodifying your need for housing. Like they don't see the correlation in those two fucking... And I got to say all of 2 sentences in court today after hearing all of that. Could say nothing back. Far out. Yeah, you have to share it between other emotions. We get to focus on our rage. Yeah, you've also got to try and now figure out what's next. Yeah, my child now has no house. And that's what baffles me about this. She's going to go in there and claim that you're a bad mum, like, because you chose to pay food for your child instead of paying rent money to the woman who doesn't really need it. Like, you prioritize the immediate needs of your child over her getting her piece of the pie. And she has the audacity to call you a bad mum because you prioritized your kid's immediate need. Yeah, make that make sense. No, absolutely. Absolutely. But that's the problem I had when I was in court as well. The magistrate, honest to God, turned around and rolled their eyes at me when I turned around and I said, don't give me, because it's just going to trigger them. Like, it's just, don't, like, it's going to cause more issues. I told them not to give me a restraining order. Like, I told the magistrate not to give me a restraining order unless they were willing to have it cover the children, because my biggest fear was the children being removed from the country. And this was a threat that had been made to me multiple times. Like, I had it recorded. This threat being made to me that my children were going to be taken out of the country. And they refused to give me a restraining order that covered the kids. And he rolled his eyes at me for being dramatic, for believing the threats that were being made. Because I believed him when he said he was going to kidnap the kids and take them overseas. And he goes, well, it would be stupid to do that because then he would lose custody of the children. So he's not going to do that. I'm like, yeah. Every single woman who ended up dead got told by a magistrate that her ex was not going to kill her and she was being dramatic. Every single woman who had her request for a VRO denied was told she was being dramatic and he wasn't going to actually kill her. You know? Yeah. Yeah, anxiety takes over. Anger is so much easier, but it doesn't work. Yeah. It's so infuriating on every level, everywhere. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Yep. You have a huge fucking asset. Use it to help yourself, bud. Exactly. And this is the thing I think people really don't get either about how different the system is for renters versus homeowners. I am not worried about missing my mortgage payment. Like, I've never missed a mortgage payment, but I'm not worried about missing my mortgage payment the same way I was worried about missing a rent payment. It's not something that I am concerned about. Like, I can call the bank and ask them to pause my mortgage payments for a couple of months, and because I'm going through financial hardship, and they will. Like... You know? Yeah, and the access that it opens up. Yeah. The access that it opens up. Even just things like my water rates are cheaper because I'm a concession card holder who owns a home. And like the rates that I pay... Like, people complain and they go, oh, when you're a homeowner, though, you have to pay all these additional expenses. But when you're a homeowner and you're also on a pension, you get all these other benefits that renters on a pension don't get. Like, a renter on a pension doesn't have access to a discount on paying the rates the way that I do. So I might have to pay the rates, but I don't have, like, I'm on a pension, and someone who was renting who's on a pension has to pay their rent regardless. Like, they don't, you know what I mean? You don't get, yeah, anyway, whatever. I just, yeah, paid so much for water as a renter and zero benefits. And I don't know, it's just, life is so much easier when you actually own the property that you're living in every respect, in every fucking respect. Like, the bills are not quite so immediate. The bills are not quite so pressing on you in a way that is really impossible to explain, the way that it is when you're a renter. And it's there's a pace of life that I think happens because of that, because you're hustling in a way that yeah, there's just a level of security. There is a level of security that comes with home ownership that you don't get unless you own your home. And you can't experience it unless you own your home. Also, renters can be moved in an instant, which costs thousands. Yeah. I paid for internet to be connected to like 7 fucking rentals. Yep, absolutely. I've had to pay to have, improvements done on every single property I've lived in. I've had to pay to have a water filtration system added on to every single kitchen tap in every single house I've lived in. And that water filtration system stayed there when I left because I couldn't remove it and leave a hole in the sink, but because it was an improvement to the property that they'd allowed me to make, it could stay there. The hundreds of dollars I had to spend each time putting a filtration system on because I've got a person with kidney issues in the house. That should be a single cost. You've paid for 7 times and you still have nothing tangible to show for it. Exactly. Even the moving house, the furniture that gets damaged when you move it, every single time you move. Every time you move and the kitchen table doesn't fit in the new house and you have to get rid of it and get a new one. And there's no such thing as a second-hand furniture market anymore because IKEA's figured out how to get rid of that. Simple things like cancelling internet plans and resetting up internet plans and the connection fees on internet plans and the connection fees on water, the connection fees on electricity accounts, the connection fees on gas accounts, the bond that you have to have in your bank account and then wait for it to get returned to you again and you've got to fight to have every scrap of it returned to you again. It's life as a renter is so much more stressful, and this is why, without a shadow of a doubt, I know all it is going to take is a big fuck off piece of land. I know being an hour away from a major town with major thoroughfares for business and stuff, or 45 minutes, half an hour away from a major town is going to be necessary. Don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be as necessary because as long as you've got a piece of land and a roof over your head and a community around you, you've got everything you need. You've got all of the basics that you need. Everything over and above that is extra. Really. That is all that we fucking need at the end of the fucking day. Yeah, people want their 10-year outdoor couch to be sold for $100 less than what they purchased it for. Yeah. And that's the thing. Or people aren't willing to pay, $100 for a proper couch that's going to last because they're going to have to be made to move in 2 years and that couch isn't going to fit into the new house. I paid and bought for a huge, decent-sized couch because I had moved for the last time with my kids. We'd settled down. We were in the house we were going to be living in. We had a long-term lease. And then my partner fucking cheated on me and we ended up having to, we moved. Anyway, just long story short, doesn't really matter. Not important, not important, not important. I'm just having a quick look. Oh, I forgot to put that on there. Whoopsies. I forgot to put that on there. That's okay. I've got to fix that. Oh, well, I will fix that. My blue sky is not yet up on all of the places. I have to do that. The landlord, and each landlord has benefited on my dollar. Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. So expensive just to exist. I never asked for it. Thanks, Ma. Yeah. And this is the thing as well. There's so many things that you just do as a renter because you don't want to get, at the moment, there's a guy who is moving out of the property and my friend's been around there helping him patch up the walls. And they're freaking out because when they peeled the painter's tape off, it peeled all this other paint off. And I just said, well, then obviously they've done such a shitty job on the painting. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, if they haven't done a professional paint job, then they can't expect the paint to have lasted. Like, it's not reasonable to expect the paint to have lasted if the paint wasn't done in a professional manner. Like, that won't stand up. And they're like, it doesn't matter if it'll stand up. We can't afford to fight and ask them, like, go before a magistrate and fight to get our bond back. So we're going to have to spend our whole weekend around here painting and patching this wall that they haven't done a good job. There's no one in their right mind would expect the job to last for 5 years. But it's going to be fixed, and it is going to last 5 years. It's going to last 10 years. It's going to last far longer than the investment they've put into it in the beginning, because the tenants living in the properties are so scared of being punished that they will go over and above and make improvements to the property. Like, I had a friend who was getting in trouble because the flowers died in the garden bed that they put in the garden. Like, it was just lawn. They put a garden bed in and planted all these gardens, and then before they left, had to replace the flowers that died in the garden bed. And we're like, I'm just not even going to fucking fight it. I put the fucking garden in. There was no garden, but I can't afford to fight this in front of a magistrate. It's easy just to go to Bunnings, buy a couple of $10 plants that I can chuck in and get my whole fucking bond back. And so again and again and again, these property owners benefit from the work of tenants who are trying to live in a home, because it's not an investment to them. It's not like, I'll do a cheap bodjo job. And that's the thing too, like living in a home that you can tell part of it was lived in for a long time by people who lived here, and then part of it was done when they were getting it ready to tenant out, and it wasn't done as well. And you can tell the difference. You can tell the difference in work that was done from the homeowner in mind and their enjoyment of the property in mind, and the stuff that was done in order to get a cheap cash grab from tenants who can't afford to purchase their own property. And the fact that you can tell the difference shows that these landlords know what they're fucking doing when they do this shit. They absolutely know, because when it's them who's going to have to do the follow-up work, they invest the money in making sure that it's done properly. I just planted grass in the backyard that was just dirt. They asked me to remove the grass. Oh my fucking God. Everyone has a story or 10 just like it. Yep. Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm taking the light globes. Yep, I'm being that fucking petty. Go for it, Carly. Go for it. I had to fight every single time that they were my fittings. I restored theirs. Yep. What I used to do, and I did this even up until the last house that I rented, I had my own shower head, because shower heads that they put in these properties get damaged and break, and you have to replace them so many fucking times because they put the cheap fucking awful shower heads on there, right? So I had my own shower head, which I still have, because when I bought this place, it had a good shower head. Again, I could tell that someone who owns this property built that bathroom because it had a really nice big, people have commented on my shower head in my TikToks before. Like, people have noticed the shower head. But I bought a shower head like that, and when I would move into a house, I would take off their shower head and I'd leave it in the bathroom closet, and I'd put my shower head on so that when I would leave, I could just reattach their old shower head, and I wouldn't have had to pay extra money on shower heads, because you'd end up paying to replace the cheap shower head, and you'd get one that's slightly better because you'd prefer to have one slightly better. But then when you go to leave, they're like, but there was a shower head on here when you moved out. It was damaged as a result of your wear and tear, even though it only wore and tore as a result of them purchasing the cheap, bodgy shower head. Because a shower head should last. Like the shower head that was on this house when I moved in, I soaked it in CLR when we moved in. It works perfectly fine. It's brilliant. Like we've lived here 2 years. I've soaked it in CLR again once since then. I've run CLR through it again once since then. But the point is that a decent shower head that someone spends money on is going to last. These cheap shower heads they chuck on these rental properties don't fucking last. But because you rented it with a shower head, they'll just tell you that you have to replace the fucking shower head. I'll see if I can find the email. I'll send it to you, Tam. They also found my bong I accidentally left. I'd always keep their box their crap in a box, switch it over. Yeah. Renters tips. We should have some renters tips. Things like this. Take your own shower head and switch theirs out. Switch theirs back in when you leave so that you're not doing things like replacing their fucking shower heads for them. Anything like that. And even stuff like Oh, the amount of bullshit, that they tried to make us pay for when we left. It was honestly ridiculous. Toilet seats as well. Yep. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. The cheap crap they put in, and then tenants are charged 10 times its value for it to be fixed and replaced. And they'll blame the tenant for something breaking that has literally been in the property for 10 years and it's got a 2-year warranty on it. And the tenant's been there for 6 months, and they'll blame you because the lock finally gave when you just happened to be living in the property. I was living in a property that had an antique stained glass front door, and the wind blew the door and it flexed because it had been years since the stained glass panes had been updated. And so one of the panes cracked and fell out, and they bent me over the fucking coals to try and get me to pay for it. The $400 to get the whole stained glass thing restructured, because it just happened to fall out when I happened to be a tenant in the fucking property. Like, no, fuck off. Fuck the fuck off. Next time I live in a house, not that I ever fucking will again, I'll never live in a rental property again, but if I ever found myself stuck living in a property of someone else's again after that experience, I would take the fucking front door off and replace it with my own after that experience. They tried to charge me $390 or something stupid to get the LED light reset in this front door, because living in a windy city on top of the hill, the wind blew against the fucking door and the glass flexed and the thing fucking fell in. I almost threw a fucking rock at it to make the whole thing fall in, just to be like, that obviously wasn't my fault. Someone's thrown a rock at the window. I didn't, obviously, or I wouldn't be talking about it. Yeah, no wonder my fight or flight is in overdrive after years of this shit. Like, exactly. Yeah, cheap lino that gets stained just by the sun, or cheap lino that tears because someone moves a kitchen stool over it, and that's not considered regular wear and tear. So you're sitting there with a fucking like hair dryer and nail glue trying to stretch out the lino and get it to lay flat so that they can't see it when they come to do the fucking rental inspection. And the fact that everyone knows this shit, you know? Everyone know this shit. Oh, I had a chip in my window that was caused by a bird who would tap on the window every day. They tried to make me pay for it until I videoed the fucking bird. And this is the bullshit thing as well. Landlords have insurance that covers this kind of shit. They just want to bend us over the rails and make us pay for it because they can, like everyone else's system, just like the fucking government. The government that could go after Gina Reinhart, that could go after Twee, that could go after the Fortune 500 companies for their share of the tax revenue instead. Instead, it'll go after pensioners who might have been overpaid by a few bucks, because it's easier to target the little guy and go after the people with no power than it is to just expect the people in power to pay their fucking fair share. And people turn around and say capitalism is the best fucking system we could have, when all it does is result in literally the weakest in the system being exploited the fuck out of them. If you even think about it logically for 3 seconds, like Rawls' veil of ignorance, if you think about it for 3 seconds, capitalism is the most bullshit fucking system, and anyone who advocates for it is a fucking dumbass. I get so angry. I'm sorry. I get so angry. Can't make your friends pay though, Tam. Well, no, of course not. What do you mean? Of course not. God, it just aggravates me. It just aggravates me. And I think part of it is because I think part of the reason it aggravates us so much is because we know how much we're willing to do for each other, and we know how much, like, I know how much needs to be done in a day, and how much actual human effort that takes, and how many people there are that are willing to rally around and share that. This is why back in the day farmers had big families. Many hands, light work, more free time. No, what aggravates me more is the fuckheads who earn a good coin who think that they are one of them. Yeah. Yep. Yep. The fuckheads who earn a moderately okay coin and think that they're well off. Like how I've been seeing a lot of videos recently coming out from creators talking about how close we are to being homeless. Like, you're more close to being homeless than you realize. And every time I see one of those videos, I want to get on and create my own video that's like, here's the story of how I became homeless twice. Like, hi. If you don't think it can happen to you, me either. First time it happened to me, I was full-time employed. Amazing. Like, to think that the system can be so volatile, because capitalism is so fucking volatile, but you can't have those kinds of massive gains without that volatility, which is why they keep saying, yeah, but you don't get the kind of progress. We could by now, we would have sustained progress with other forms of economic management. Capitalism allows for the massive output growths that result in these massive booms. But it also then results in these huge big busts because it's so unpredictable. It's so volatile. You can't have massive periods of gain without that volatility. So it depends on the volatility, but that volatility also results in mass death, mass casualty. It isn't victimless. I don't even know how many times I've been homeless. Yeah. And this is why I was like, I will move away. We were talking about, earlier, I was willing to move away from my support networks. I was willing to move away from where I could easily find work in order to be able to find affordable housing. Because I was like, there's this is the only, and again, like, I know security looks like different things to different people, and having a stable income probably represents stability for a lot of people, but it can, again, like, that company can go under. You are in so little control. Like, economically, we have so little. We are living in an economic authoritarian regime. We have so little control in what happens economically speaking. Having worked in the travel industry and having had the entire industry go belly up, like, it doesn't matter how good you are at your fucking job. Your job can just cease to fucking exist tomorrow. If organizations invested into themselves like they were into, we would have, yeah, it can literally happen to anyone. Yeah, absolutely it can. I was actually reading Stakeholder Capitalism, Klaus Schwab's Stakeholder Capitalism. Schwab is a German economist who started the Davos Project. He started the World Economic Forum. He and European economists in his time, they started the World Economic Forum. So I was reading Stakeholder Capitalism and the way that the economics of business decisions changed. So there was this idea that businesses had to, like, there was a community aspect to a lot of corporate structures up until the 60s and 70s that changed in the 80s dramatically, where the culture within corporations, and they sort of saw the shift happening because they were heading towards this sort of a stakeholder capitalism method of business modeling, whereby the longevity of a business depended on the longevity of the community, and therefore there was a lot of community involvement in business projects, and community projects were closely tied with a lot of community projects. So the way a lot of mining organisations do in regional communities in Australia, where they invest in the local community and get involved in a lot of local community projects, because without the local community to fund the company, the organisation with workers, they don't have a workforce. So they provide a few extra sort of things along the way. When they changed that in the 80s, it really was with the 80s. It really changed in the 70s with the push to beat communism. 60s, 70s, we saw the Red Scare. We were fighting them like on the battlefronts a lot. It became a huge economic battle in the 70s, toward the end of the 70s and the beginning of the 80s. It became all about profit. it became all like profit was king. The only thing profits had to do, their only responsibility was to the profit motive. And it was a marked change in the way a lot of corporations ran at that time, to the point that now, and you can see it, the way that these businesses run, it doesn't even matter if they ruin the business name. It's gotten so plastic and so fake. They just want to squeeze as much money as they can out of every ounce of us that they can, with whatever means they can, regardless of how much they destroy their own product while they're doing it. It doesn't matter. Because the less they invest in the product, the more profit they have. Profit's king. It's not about, because they used to put things in there like the longevity of the company, the longevity, like the continuation of the workforce, having low staff turnover, having great staff education. And the reason I was reading this particular chapter was because I was talking about why we have such a difficult time with transferring people away into new technological fields. So transferring people out of the coal and gas industry into green technologies. Why is that so hard in Australia? Because when you look at like the Danish example, for instance, people over there are so excited at the idea of being trained up to go into a new field. But part of it is because their organizations still run on this stakeholder capitalism model, where they constantly are training up their workforce because they want to keep their workforce on side. They want to keep all of that knowledge within the company. They're looking at the long-term investments of a lot of these companies. And so part of that is that they, as a matter of course, and because they're also tied up with the unions that do, there's a huge union movement over there obviously as well. There's so much investment in education from the unions, and anytime anyone leaves a job, the union contacts them to help get them into a new job immediately. And it's like, what industry were you working in? What are your transferable skills? What was the last education that you did? What sort of education reskilling do you need to get into new industries? So when people hear that there are new technologies coming in, for them, it's exciting because it's like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get a chance. So one guy, for example, gave his example of he was doing what do you call it? He was doing standards, like he was checking the standards to make sure, you know, the product was all coming through at the same standard. They had a machine that was able to do that now. So they retrained him so that he was no longer checking the standards of this part. They retrained him so that he was now in charge of calibrating the machine and making sure the machines were correctly calibrated, so that because the machine was now able to do his job 10 times quicker than he could do it. Right? So he is now 10 times more productive, because instead of physically, manually checking the parts to make sure that standards have been met, he's instead calibrating the machine, which is checking them at 10 times the rate. So he's been trained up. He now has a higher value role because he's now in charge of calibrating a machine instead of just manually measuring parts. So he's now being higher trained, higher wage, because the company's now producing 10 times more. And because they've invested in that training in him and on this equipment, this machinery, he's also got transferable skills if he wants to go and take those somewhere else. So his life is directly improved as a result of the improvement in technology. And we don't have that same culture over here, because most of the time when companies are looking at investing in technology, they're doing it directly. Their whole goal is directly to remove workers from the workforce. It's not to do the job, like they're not trying to increase productivity. They're trying to decrease cost output, which means wage output. So because there's a different approach to business, it means there's a different employee experience within the workforce. I could quite literally listen to you talk forever. Well, I'm going to sign off now with that, because I feel like I have fucking been talking forever. I feel like I've been doing nothing but rambling for hours, and I don't know. But anyway, I would really like if we could change that attitude in our community, if we could get, if we could look at training and technological advances, if we could see this as being a way that we can grow as a community instead of just being a way to try and remove, because that's the whole thing, is all they're trying to do is remove costs in order to increase the profit margin, and they don't even give a shit. The end product isn't even their goal. McDonald's don't make food, they make profit. That's the problem. So because they have such a different approach to business, given that profit is their only responsibility, they're not actually, it's not tenable to continue. Capitalism is not tenable to continue. That's why Marx called it the snake that eats its own fucking tail. because it's destroying itself. It's destroying itself. We're using more resources every year than the Earth can replenish, and it would take 5 times the Earth's resources that it has for everyone in the world to live to the same standard we do. We just have to accept that our standards are going to decrease. We're going to have to start living simpler lives, and we're going to have to start doing that in order for us all to continue living at fucking all. And if we set ourselves up to do that now, while we have the time and we have the resources and we have the ability, it's going to be much easier than it will be trying to set it up later on down the track when things are already fucking awful and we're drowning, you know? Because anyone who's read Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower knows that she saw this coming a very long time ago. She saw this coming a very, very fucking long time ago. And yeah, it's coming. It's very much coming. I think that it's good that more people are becoming aware of it. Absolutely. But more people becoming aware of it doesn't, there you go. There's the alarm going off telling me it's time to log off. More people becoming aware of it doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be a solution coming anytime soon. That's the problem. Oh, I tell you what, getting up and stretching when you've been sitting down feels so good. Feels so good. All right. I love you guys so much. It is 3:45, so I do have to get up and start cooking because I've got to go and make lasagna for dinner. It's a cooking night tonight. But I do have to cook. I doubt that. My kids say that to me all the time, and I'm like, I don't think so, actually. I don't think so. That was a whole extra hour, just saying. I feel like that was like an extra special, extra bonus. Extra special bonus. But yeah, no, we will jump on Wednesday night onto for book club. I'm obsessed with you. I'm obsessed with our group. I'm obsessed with our community. I'm obsessed with the world that we're going to create because I think it's the right step forward is to focus on trying to create a blueprint for people to follow. I think that's the best. I think that's the best path forward. I'm going to do one final blong and then we're going to sign off. 100%. 100%. And just a safe landing place, because this is the other thing as well. I want all of you to know, and I say this to my fucking kids all the time as well. I can't wait to see what amazing things, what incredible developments you're all going to be able to make when you no longer have the stress and the pressure and the fucking... Because even when Belle was over here, it took a while for me to just be like, Belle, you've got to slow right down. Like, take a big, deep breath. Because the anxiety that is just thrumming along under the surface of everyone, because of the cost of living, the most ridiculous statement that was ever said in Play the I Told You So Long game. Yeah, so long. I'm about to book my flights over to Belle. I'm so jealous that you're going to get to go and see Belle before I get to see you. But it's fine. It's fine. I got to see Belle before you got to see Belle, though. So that sort of doesn't make up for it, but whatever. I'm still glad that you get to go and see her. Trying to balance wanting to do it all and not overwhelming her. Oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Unfortunately, I think Belle's just got a huge... I shouldn't say unfortunately. Fortunately, unfortunately, Belle's just got a huge, big, massive heart, and so you'll just get kidnapped, and you won't have any say in that whatsoever. But I don't know if that's an unfortunately or a fortunately thing. It's both. It's both. Equal yet opposite. Yeah. All right. I'm going to do a final blong. We're going to do a final blong. And we're going to remember Wednesday night. Wednesday night, we've got book club. I am going to have the first 3 chapters are going to be up on the Ko-fi this evening, / in the Discord by this evening. So you can listen to those. If you want to listen ahead, you can. The book is freely available on Audible. It's actually a free listen if you have an Audible subscription. If you don't have an Audible subscription, that's fine. As I said, you can get access to it through the Discord or through the Ko-fi. I'll post the links up on both so you can access it freely and easily through there for the book club. but it will only be the first 3 chapters because that's all I have uploaded at the moment. But I will do the rest next weekend so that you can listen to all of it before the next book club. I'm already planning on buying a vinyl to arrive while I'm away. Add motivation to come home. Yeah! Do you know what, though? Do you know what I'm going to start doing? Final blong time. And I said this to Amy as well. I have a piece of furniture that I'm using to tempt Amy into moving over here. I went, well, you have to move over here because it's going to be too expensive to move this huge big piece of furniture over to where you live. So just move you and all of your people over here instead. I'll just do the same to you. I'll be like, well, look at all of these. I have like all of the albums on vinyl. So why don't, if you just come and move in with me, then we can share all of the vinyls. Final blong. I was thinking about this the other day. I was really thinking about this the other day because I was thinking about how throughout time you hear about these stories of people who have been in the nexus of things when things have happened. And people talk about, I don't know how, like, you know, this and that and the other, and all this stuff was happening at the time. Like, I was hearing the story about this guy who was in Silicon Valley during the .com boom and all of the shit. Like, it was about the, do you guys remember the story? What's it called? I'm trying to remember the story now. What's it? I've listened, finished? Where's my finished books? I listened to the book the other day. This Is Not a Game, which is about, it's by Mark Fennell. It's a really interesting book. So I read it over the weekend. And it's Ong's Hat. It's the legendary story of Ong's Hat, which was the very first internet conspiracy and how Ong's Hat started. So that's what I was listening to when this came to me. And it's just talking about how certain people just seem to be at the nexus of changes and when things are happening. And I was thinking about it and I was like, no, what I think happens is that sometimes you'll find a convergence of people who are willing to support you, and then you're able to make wonderful things happen. Because when you hear about this story and what was going on at the time, what you're hearing is a story of friends supporting each other and getting together and creating something together. That's really what you're hearing. So it's not that how do these people happen to be at a convergence of events when things just, no, it's about when people get together and are truly supportive of each other and really want to bring out the best in each other. Incredible shit happens. And all you need is a couple of people around who are willing to be supportive of other people. That's all you fucking need for people to really be able to shine and do amazing fucking things. There doesn't need to be some special confluence of events. There doesn't need to be some, like, how does this person just happen to be at the nexus of... What happens is we have great links forward in society when we work together as a community. And this happens, communities converge. They have someone who just fucking believed in them. Yeah, vinyl is a bonus, but I'm coming for you, of course. Exactly. The nexus of events was a community, a supportive community, created the environment necessary for individuals to flourish. So what that tells us isn't that certain people were capable of creating amazing things. It tells us that if given the right environment, people are capable of creating amazing things. And we just don't give people the right environment often enough. That's what it fucking means. And that's what I honestly fucking believe. I honestly believe if we create a community with the ethos of each according to their ability, each according to their need, and we're just really focused on doing what we can to give people what they need, they will create the society of the future. It's not a matter of, like spoiled kids. It's a matter of when you have people who aren't stressed about where they're going to get their next meal from constantly, they have the wherewithal to plan how they're going to feed the world. They keep us under constant pressure for this reason. They don't want us to fix shit. They make a lot of money while shit is fucked. Give me that Kool-Aid, baby. I will drink the fucking Kool-Aid. Absolutely. There's the dress, by the way. It is still being worked on. I'm just saying, like, this dress is going to be sold to raise money for families fleeing Gaza, for anyone who wants to buy it. Link is on the Ko-fi. Yep. Ooh, And also, of course, we've got all of our links and stuff for our community to join for anyone who maybe hasn't already joined the Discord. Please do that. do that. Do that. Because we are going to get a lot more active on there as we get towards planning the community, because we're going to need to. We're going to need to get a whole lot more active on there. And I know I'll pay $1 to see it modelled. I will have you know that I've been offered far more than that already. You've already been outbid on that. I'm half tempted to set up an OnlyFans just of pictures of me modelling the dress. Do the Discord notifications still work? Because Twitch sent the notifications today. No, the Discord notifications don't work for going live for 2 girls. No. All right. I'm going to log off now. All right. $1 and my soul. Okay, then, lol. Bye! I'm going to do a final blog and then I'm going to log off. I will set it up so notifications come out for the Discord as well. I will also probably do it on the Twitch, but just on mine, not on the YouTube or anything. Like just on mine, just so that it does send out the notification. And it won't be the whole thing. It'll just be that we're doing the book club over on Discord. Like, yeah. Okay. Love you all so much. Thank you so much for the chats today. Honestly, I feel like we have discussed everything. I feel like we've discussed everything. And I love that we ended on a discussion about the commune and our plans to get it going, because that always fills my soul with joy. And just so that you guys know as well, part of what we're trying to do with the podcast, and part of the reasons why I'm pushing it so much and trying to like establish it so much and get you guys to push it, is because we're trying to use the podcast as a bit of a proof of concept for the educational content that we want to produce. Absolutely, Callie. Remember, you know where I am. Absolutely. I'm always fucking here. Yeah, so any way that you guys can support with just, sharing the podcast, getting the word out there, all of that is so greatly appreciated. I love you all so much, and I will talk to you all Wednesday for book club. Love you. Mwah!